Alright, so yeah, today I'm picking up basically where I left off yesterday. So yesterday I was working on some asset management stuff, and then I wasn't really able to finish because I had to go. So I'm gonna finish that up today, and then also want to do some actual gameplay stuff with this game, because as cool as it is to fly around with the gun, it'd be nice to actually have some gameplay in here. We can actually like do a little multiplayer PvP matches and stuff. So I want to at least try to start getting that implemented today, and we'll just see how far we get. So yeah, I also deleted a lot of the, I had a bunch of debug models and stuff rendering from when I was working on lighting last weekend. So I've taken a lot of that out because it's not really necessary anymore. So yeah, the lighting doesn't look too great because I don't have proper materials for most of these levels. And yeah, this is I guess no engine. This is my own engine. Alright, so yeah. So basically where I left off yesterday was I was working on the asset management system, essentially. Here, let me jump out of this game and into the actual engine repository. Yeah, so basically what I was doing yesterday is I have different asset types which are defined by these like JSON files. So this is a dot model, which means that this is basically a model that can be loaded in, and then here's like the actual OBJ model that it loads from, and then here's the material, and then all of its textures. So yesterday I added an additional field in here called format. And then this, I should be able to specify like what my vertex format is. So like if I have a vertex position, I want this to basically tell me that, or basically tell the asset pipeline that I only want a vertex buffer that contains positions and nothing else. So what that would map to is that, what is my GPU, CPU? I have a 3080 graphics card, and I have a Ryzen 7950X, I think, CPU, if that makes sense. I don't remember. I always forget the exact, I forget the exact GPU and CPU. So yeah, CPU, I have this one. GPU, I have this 3080. And I have 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, which is super clutch that I got that. But anyway, so if I do position only, I basically want to generate a vertex buffer that is just this format. So yeah, we're gonna do that, or at least continue where we left off yesterday. So sorry, let me turn my music down slightly. Alright, so we were working in the build pipeline. So I want to refactor this as well slightly, because the way I'm doing this is kind of stupid. So like I said before, we have this JSON file, this dot model. So in the build tool, that gets loaded in here. So I have a function called register new from definition, which is basically load a model from a definition file, which is that dot model file. And we can see where it actually grabs the vertex format. So it grabs it from this. Yeah. Sell the RAM and buy a new house, right? I've been working on the engine for about two and a half years, on and off. So it's hard to like put a precise amount of time on it. At least a couple thousand hours, probably. Probably more than 1,000 hours. Probably less than 3,000 hours. Probably like between 1 and 2,000, if I had to guess, of like total time spent. So whatever that works out to. Over 2.5. Well, maybe that's too much. Maybe that's overestimating how many hours it went. Because I would assume like 8 hours a day. Actually, no, that probably checks out. Somewhere in that range. Anyway, so it grabs the model format from this, and then it stores it in this field called format vertex. And then we use that down in the bottom in the export area. Let's see, where do I use that? here we go. We branch on this in a switch statement currently. So I want to refactor this because this is kind of dumb. So basically everything in here should become its own function pretty much. Or we should have like a table of functions that, depending on the Vertex format, we export it based on, you know, the specific format we care about. So for instance, or let's just stub some functions in up here. So we have like a static void function that would be like export model, or like export Vertex format model, export Vertex format, and then we just say like positions only. It'd be like this, right? This would be our function. And we would copy essentially all of this. And say we take in, let's see, we've probably taken a lot of stuff. Nice. Yeah. It's definitely a lot to learn, but it's fun. There's a lot of fun problems to solve. So yeah, our function would take in something like this. I guess we need all of these arrays, unfortunately. So, or I guess we just need positions. So we would like send in, I believe this is, well, first we'll send in the buffer we're writing to. So buffer, and we'll send in the list of float v3s, which is like the positions. And we can send these in as const because we're not mutating them. So like a positions only. We also need the list of vertices. Let's see, just what are these things exactly? So we have a list of vertex tuples. So sorry, I'm just kind of stubbing in some functions. So we have like vertices. And then, so like if we're positions only, we only care about basically this stuff. So we don't care about normals, we don't care about tangents. Yeah, I just took the time to turn a lot of that stuff off. Because yeah, that stuff, it really annoys me actually, like when stuff is like popping up on my screen, or like when I'm typing code, the next thing you see, like next thing you know, you see this big dump of like random AI suggestion of what I want to do. It's just like, that's not very helpful. It's not fun to write code like that. You know, I'm doing this project for fun. So what, you know, like why would I be doing that if it wasn't, you know, why would I be doing it if I didn't want to actually like program? So this would be our buffer, write the position, and we want to think about what to do here. So maybe I should store these in a separate thing. But like for the position only vertices, this is all we need. Well, it depends what you mean by serialize, deserialize. So most handles and pointers you really don't need to serialize. The only time you need to serialize is if you're sending something, say, over the network, or you're writing something to disk and then loading it later. But like at runtime, you don't really need to be deserializing or serializing. And then how do I do it when I do it? Basically, for the cases where I need to do that, like in the entity system, I have a serialization system. I basically have my own like handle type, which I have my own handle type and a data structure which basically keeps track of handles. And then I have functions that can serialize the handle to a format that I can load from later, and then reference against another data structure to like deserialize. So it's kind of difficult with objects or entities. I call them objects in my engine. It's difficult with objects because you can have objects that have handles that point to other objects, right? So like you can have this kind of crazy network of like cross-referencing between objects. So when you serialize and deserialize, you need to make sure that those links like actually still point to valid objects when you deserialize. So that's a bit tricky. But the whole source is on the GitHub. So if you want to like look in the object system code, you can find the parts where I'm doing serialization. Like I can point you to that. So if we go to objects.cpp and just type in like serialization, serialize. Here we go. We have a bunch of like serialized stuff. So like essentially what I do is I generate a table when I serialize, and then I use that table as like a deserialized system. But it's hard to explain just like quickly during the live stream. I would have to like spend some time explaining it. But yeah, so anyway, back to the build system. So like if we have a position normal, we would just send in, here, let's just expand these. So we have like positions. And then we also have normals. Building. So yeah, that's a good question. So like compiling, I refer like strictly to, you know, code compilation. So like when I'm compiling C++ code, I'm like actually invoking a C++ compiler, and it's generating me, you know, machine code from that into like an executable. So like, and the same for shaders. Like you take shaders from raw source code and you compile them. It's annoying with shaders because you actually compile them twice. Typically you have like a stage that compiles to bytecode, and then the other part happens at runtime where it compiles bytecode to like the actual GPU machine code, so you can actually run the shader. But I refer to that as compiling. Building is like, I say building for when I'm dealing with assets. So like if I have textures and models and shader assets, materials, when I build those, what I'm doing is I'm taking them from their raw form, like PNG files, right? Like I said, a bunch of PNG files for specifying this material. My build tool basically takes these and then transforms them to a format that my engine recognizes. So when the game starts up, it doesn't actually have to do any work. It can just load the texture straight from memory up to like the GPU. So building is the process of transforming data just from files on disk to like game-ready format, essentially. So I just call that building. Some people say like packaging, or I don't know. That's just how I use the word. Okay, so let's see. Where was I? I was here. So anyway, I would have my switch statement. Let me think for a second. So essentially we want to switch over the this dot format vertex, and then for like every case that we have here, and this is this type, so like position, we'll just stub in all these functions basically, and then that way we're branching just before the loop begins, which is more efficient. So we'll do like this. I'm just gonna put some dots here for now until like we have all of these cases accounted for. Oops. All right. So we did position, so we can do our like model. Or I'll just do like build vertex buffer position. Oops. So we call these functions. So it's like buffer positions. And we need to actually initialize this thing. Model. So we're gonna actually need to loop over this a couple times. So we'll do this here. Yeah, STL Achi, I don't know how you say your name. Yeah, so I'm using OpenGL. So I have my own graphics layer, basically my own abstraction layer. So I actually support OpenGL, DirectX 11, and Metal. So I have 3 APIs fully implemented. So yeah, I can show you. So like I can run the game. Well, I might have broken the game here. 1 second. We'll see if this compiles still. Yeah, here we go. So this is like running the game with DirectX. So I can quickly switch between them conveniently by just like switching this drop down to OpenGL. And the game hopefully still works in OpenGL. Yeah, so I'm working on some of the Vertex buffer stuff. So this broke this Vertex format, but yeah, it's what I'm working on right now. So I kind of expect that. So here's the OpenGL runtime basically. And I have my own abstraction layer that bridges the gap, essentially. And I also have my own shader language that I use to translate between the different shader languages for the APIs. So that's also part of my graphics layer. So here's an example of my shader language. So basically when I run OpenGL or DirectX or Metal, it takes this language and then translates it to native HLSL, GLSL, or Metal code. Among other things, it also does some like shader reflection stuff for C++ header files. Best library to create UIs in C++. Probably IMGUI, I imagine. That's like what most people use. I'm not really sure. I'm not too familiar with UI libraries, to be honest. And yeah, Wayland, I don't use Wayland. I support X11 for windowing on Linux. So I haven't done Wayland windowing yet. Because Wayland's backwards compatible with like X window. So I figured I'd just use X window. Because like a game really doesn't have to be too complicated with how it creates a window. It just needs a window so it can hand the frame buffer to it. All right, so anyway, I don't know what I broke. Okay, so yeah, so we basically have these functions that we'll call. So like if I do position normal, we have the other version. It's like position. And we're kind of just have this big table of all the various permutations of common formats we might care about. And the ones that need tangents, we're gonna have to calculate the tangents. Why don't I use Linux? Because I support Linux, so I can show you Linux. Like the engine fully supports Linux natively. So like I have a Linux computer that I'm now in a remote desktop to my Linux PC. As you can see, I'm running Debian. So like I support Linux natively with the engine. Like I can pull up the other game. It's just like a true example. It takes a bit to load because this is a bad computer. I don't know why it's taking so long though. It should be a little faster. Here we go. Here's the game in Linux. It's a bit glitchy because I'm working through a remote desktop tool. So yeah, it fully supports Linux. I program on Windows primarily because I'm just familiar with Windows, and that's like what I've used my entire life. So that's the reason. Maybe someday I'll move to Linux because Microsoft seems to like love to make Windows more annoying to use year after year. Yeah. I have my own plugin that I can switch between the games. So I have a plugin that I wrote for VS Code, like an extension. Okay, anyways, sorry, let me just think about this. So I need another one for UV coordinates, so like position. Maybe I'll put these at the top of the file as well, just so I have these organized. I just realized I didn't implement the normals either. So we have like, let's do this for clarity. This is like vertex position normal, so that has a dot position dot normal equals. I guess I can just directly feed this in, huh? That could work. And that simplifies that code slightly. And then the UV is pretty similar. So I need to grab the UV code because it's a bit annoying because I convert my UVs to uint 16s, so I need to do that. Actually, maybe I will keep all of these. Two. I can't answer that. How do I manage to properly structure all my code? It's kind of just organic. So basically, I just code to get things done. And then I typically what I do is I code first just to get things working. And then I'll go back through it and then clean it up usually. And sometimes I think it's clean and then I later find out that my solution actually wasn't very good. So in those cases, I just accept that I have to rewrite some code, and then I just rewrite code. And then that's all good. So basically, don't be afraid of rewriting code if you have to. It's kind of my my advice for that sort of thing. Like arguably, this code I'm writing now is kind of a very verbose way of doing this, but it's like, this is just the code that you have to write to do something like this. So there's really no cleaning this up beyond what I'm doing. Unless you want to make it like needlessly confusing. Hey, how's it going? Welcome everyone. How do I know all the syntax? I know the syntax because I wrote all the code here basically. So like, I'm just very familiar with the code base, so I just know everything. I don't know how else to explain it. You do always come back. You must have notifications on. It's like impressive, actually. So what does this matter about? I don't send in positions. So then the next thing I need is the tangents. So this one's a little more complicated because I have to calculate the tangents. Was I very overwhelmed at the start? I definitely getting into C++ the first time was pretty overwhelming. Mostly because there's so much like jargon you have to learn with C++. I have a job, so I do this. I'm just working on this project for fun, and I'm streaming it because it's fun to chat with people. I wasn't really streaming until a few months ago, and I just did it on a whim, and then like a lot of people actually started watching, so it's actually been pretty fun. So now I'm just doing it now because it's fun. But yeah, I have a full-time job that I work during the week. But yeah, anyway, C++ overwhelming. Yeah, it's definitely overwhelming at the start with C++ because there's just so much jargon, like I said, that you have to learn. Okay, so one second. I need to look at this tangent stuff. Yeah, because these tangents are complicated because I need to calculate these for the vertices. So I have to go over the index buffer. So we want like another function that can be like calculate the tangents or something. I'm just gonna call it calculate tangents because why not? So basically this function has to go in here because this calculates my tangent vectors. And I did this on the other stream. So we just need to see what this takes. So we take in the vertices and the index buffer. So we take in both of these. And I think the indices is what? Just the list of U32s. And then we also take in positions, text coordinates. We don't use normals. We actually write these to the tangents list. So tangents is what? All right, so we calculate the tangents. We just comment that out. And then where I need to use tangents, which is here, we can call this first, give it the tangents, vertices, indices, positions, text coordinates. And we can nuke this pretty much. And that simplifies a lot of that code. Yeah. An R value reference. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like all of that stuff. Like it makes sense if you understand. Like eventually it does make sense to you if you just program a lot, like what an R value reference is. It's like an intermediate value. It's like an R value, which is like, it is a value, but you haven't stored it anywhere yet. And it's a reference because it's like, you're not actually, it's like an R value reference is a value that you haven't stored anywhere yet. So there is no location for it, but it's still a concept in the language that like you want to be able to pass around through functions typically. Yeah. It's like this other concept you just have to understand with how like the type system works and like how values get plumbed through the language basically. Yeah, the GitHub repo is in the description. Should be like the first link, I think. The whole engine is public. I haven't updated the repo in a few days though. Okay, let's see if we've catastrophically broken anything. We certainly have catastrophically broken stuff. Oh no, what'd I do? All right, so one of these must be wrong. Let's see. Yeah, we're not using the right function. Actually, I just deleted code I didn't want to delete yet, so we have to bring this back. That makes sense. We need to have a normal tangent one here. That would explain that problem. Positions, normals, cost, list, float, v3. Tangent should actually be a float 4, I think. That will be fine. So what are tangents? I guess the tangents is this crazy thing. Game dev is so much math. Well, I don't know. It's not that much math, really. Clearly, like the 3D matrices stuff is confusing, I guess. But fundamentally, it's like most of the things you do are just like trig functions and like linear interpolation, and then maybe use like some dot products and cross products here and there. But like, it's actually not that much math compared to like some things. Like if you're doing physics is really math heavy. So yeah, I guess maybe that's true. Okay, so anyway, I need this part here. We have to put this in here basically. I don't know why I have this. I can clean up some of this code while I'm at it. This is just normal. These are really long lines. The tangents are for it's for like normal mapping, because you need to create a tangent space so you can. Normal mapping is kind of annoying because you have like the normal map texture, which looks like, I can show this kind of in a second, but you have like a normal map texture that looks like this, right? So you have these colors, but this is assuming that like this purple color in the middle is like perfectly straight up from the surface. So if you want to apply this texture to a model, you need to basically take these normal coordinates from the texture and then transform them to be aligned to the surface of the model. And to do that, you need a normal vector, a tangent vector, and a bitangent vector, which are just 3 vectors. I can show this in the code in a second. Let me get this fixed, and I can demonstrate exactly what's happening. So dot tangent equals, I'm just gonna go tangent. This should be a vec4, but it's currently a vec3. All right, so I can delete this now for real, I think. I think my little test model is still gonna be broken. I don't have spherical, well actually I do have spherical interpolation, I believe. All right, so we fixed the models. Now we just need to fix this guy. But this is because I give him, I gave it the wrong format here. So it should be like position, normal, tangent, UV. And it didn't detect that that changed, interestingly enough. Yeah, okay, so here we go. I have this little donut model rendering. But essentially, it's hard to explain, I guess, but you have a normal map. Like here's this brick texture that we're looking at. It's really stretched, but like you can see the bricks. So the normal map is just, the colors represent vectors. So like if we actually open this thing up in Paint, like I assume you know what normal mapping is, but just in case anyone here is like completely new to this, I'm going to explain it fully. So you have a texture like this that looks like purple and green and pink and stuff. So these colors are actually encoding a vector. So if we like look up what the RGB values of these things are, The red component would be like the X vector. The green component would be, I guess, the Y vector. And then the blue would be the Z vector. So these colors actually describe a direction. And they just look this color to our eyes if you render them as light, right? So a normal map is actually just a texture that encodes directions. So every point in the texture is just like a different direction vector. So when you do lighting calculations, essentially what you're doing is you have like a light source at one position, and then like the texture, like the material or the model somewhere else, and you take basically the difference in directions between the point between the light and the surface and the direction of the surface, right? So you can imagine that if the surface is pointing away from the light, it's going to receive less light, right? Because it's pointing away. So that's like how a very basic lighting system works. And this normal map gives you, I guess, texture, because it encodes like a whole bunch of directions that describe a material. So like if I go into the shadow of this guy and I just drop down, you know, a light, it's kind of bad because this is like not the best shape to represent, to demonstrate lighting. But you can kind of see, like, as I move the light around, the brick, you know, gets dark in this little crevice first. So yeah, anyway, the key point with the tangent vector is that these directions are stored in a coordinate space that just assumes that, like, it's completely flat on the wall, or like it's like a completely flat plane just arbitrarily at like the default coordinate system, I guess. So like you can imagine that the purple here points straight up, but obviously my material, my model here has surfaces that point in random directions. Like the bottom of this donut points down towards the ground. So in order to make these directions make any sense, you need to like reproject them onto the surface of the shape. And the way you do that is you have to define a coordinate system that represents the surface of the shape. And a coordinate system is simply 3 direction vectors that are at perfect right angles to each other. So the blue one here is the normal vector. And I think the green one in this example, or no, the red one in this example is my tangent vector. And then conveniently, if you have 2 of these, you can always calculate the third using the cross product. And then these 3 direction vectors can basically allow you to translate. It allows you to create a transformation equation that can convert the normal map to like represent the surface of the model. And then you can actually do lighting using that direction. Because if your light is in like world space coordinates, you want your directions to also be in world space coordinates transformed to the surface of the material that you're trying to draw. Sorry if that made no sense, but that's in a nutshell what tangents do. But anyway, uniform buffer objects. I could in a second. But yeah, anyway, so most model formats, they give you the normal vector because that's just kind of a default that gets exported. But not all model formats give you the tangent vector, which is like this red one. So in my engine here, I calculate this when I import the model. So like in this code here, calculate tangents. I'm essentially calculating a tangent vector based on the UV coordinates in this case. So like I have the texture coordinates. So I'm calculating my right angle vector just to follow the grain of the material texture. And then that way they all kind of, all the red arrows kind of point in the same direction, assuming your textures are mapped correctly to the model. But yeah, so it's it's kind of a pain getting that to work. I did that on stream a few days ago. But it's nice because once you have the tangents, you can do a lot of fun lighting effects. And I have like a better example of what the lighting actually looks like. I can show you. So like this is what it looks like on a proper material with like a flat surface. So this is that brick material. I don't have this in the game anymore because I deleted this test scene, but this is what it can look like if you do that. So it's pretty cool how powerful that can be. But yeah, like I already had that code, but now I'm just refactoring how I'm loading these formats. And I think this works now. So I think that's all I had to do actually. I just split these out. Well, actually, I think it's the other way around. They use normal maps and then they use bump maps. Because bump mapping is a more expensive calculation. But yeah, I'm probably not going to have crazy lighting in this game. Because the idea is that this is like a kind of a retro style, like old school kind of game. Mostly because it's just fun to make. It's fun and easier to work with low polygon assets. But I just wanted the ability to have lighting in the engine, so that's why I added it the other day. But yeah. All right, so I want to test that this actually works. So I want to render my donut model. So basically, like I said, I added the ability to have different vertex formats just straight from the asset tool. So I'm going to create a shader that can just use that vertex format, and we'll just see what it looks like. So if we add a new shader. So this would use like if we include our vertex formats, we delete the built-in one. And we just bring in the position, and we just output a solid color as its color. Let's build this, make sure it works. All right, cool. So let me just grab where I'm rendering this donut. Let me grab this. I just want to verify that this works, like I said. So we take our shader, Vertex test. We just render this model using that. We'll render it at like a nice offset and some axis, I don't know. So if we render this, I think it might error. We'll see. Oops, I clicked connect. All right, actually, oh, I'm surprised this, kind of surprised that worked. I guess if it's rendering position only, that wasn't supposed to just work though. I'm surprised. Anyway, so if we pass it this instead and clean the cache and rebuild. Yeah, this did not work. Okay, interesting. Interesting indeed. What happened? The expectation here is that the right one looks like jumbled up garbage and that the left one would look like a donut. So let's see what happened. Let's clean the cache and just try again. Hey, welcome back. I'm continuing where I left off yesterday. All right, so something is wrong. I know what's wrong. It's loading it with the wrong vertex format. So let's see. Let's just make a duplicate of this. So we'll just duplicate this. Okay, so what I was doing wrong is I'm using this here, this vertex forward. I should be using position here. Anywhere I use vertex forward should be position. I need to load this thing twice. We segfaulted. Interesting. We have segfaulted. Why did we do that? Position, am I not initializing this thing? That's probably it. It doesn't load. Okay, so we're trying to render something that doesn't have data, obviously. How many gigabytes? Not very many. Okay, here we go. Here's our donut and our jumbled up mess. You don't show in the stream. You show up, I think. I mean, let's see. How big is the file right now? I don't know. I have a bunch of textures loaded in here, so it might be bigger than it should be. Projects. Oops, output. The executable is 692 kilobytes, and my binary file, which has like assets and stuff, is 289 megabytes. And I assume a lot of that is just unused textures at the moment, because I have a bunch of debug stuff loaded in. So it's pretty small. And I'm not compressing my textures yet, so that's a to-do as well. If I compress my textures, it should be a lot smaller. All right, so what I want to do is when I load... So basically I have these vertex formats like I was just saying. The thing is I have to like remember what these are, which is kind of annoying. I mean, it's not that hard to remember them. But I want to like, if I write an incorrect one, put the divider in the workspace. Like this thing I do with the comments. I'm not really sure what you mean. I have a few. The one where it does the little comment thing that grays out. I think that's. I don't know if that's what you're asking, but I think it's this one. Better comments by Aaron Bond. It just puts a line. Technically, if it's over 3, I think it puts a line, or maybe it's 4. And I just use this as my little like separation of. It just helps me separate code logically. Because I just have these long source files. I have a bunch of different things going on. But yeah, anyway, so if I get one of these wrong, like I put one that doesn't exist, I want to detect that and just like write that to the build as like a warning to the build output. So let me write that output runtime. Oops. No, I'm in the game. I'm looking for build. Here it is. It looks like a game made in Unity. Yeah. Were you top dev? No, I wasn't the top dev. I was just like average level, I guess. Okay, so anyway, I detect the vertex formats in this function. So I'm gonna do this. This will be how I determine whether whether I have seen a correct vertex format, and then we'll detect We'll detect whether we actually discovered one from the known list. So we'll have like a little warning buffer. We'll do 512. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. I'm just still working on what I was doing yesterday, so you joined pretty early on. Well, I've already been going for 50 minutes. What? Time flies. It's crazy. All right, yeah, so anyway, warning messages. Vertex format, so we'll set it to a default value so it doesn't get mad. It'll just be the most verbose version. And maybe this should be an error. I don't know. All right, I'll set this to default. That's an interesting question. How do I manage them in memory? Okay, so it depends on the asset type, and also this is still a work in progress. So I don't have a very good system for this yet. I don't know why my watch just like Siri started listening to me and it started telling me about asset types. Yeah, so ideally what you would do in the game engine, if you have like a lot of textures and a lot of models, you don't want to have them all loaded into memory at any given time, right? It's like a problem as old as there has been memory limits. So the lingo that's used in like the game industry is it's streaming. You stream in assets as you need them. And you, like most engines have some mechanism that you can basically, while the game's running and you're trying to render stuff, you're trying to draw stuff, it will like hint to the streaming system that it needs this texture at some resolution, right? And then there would be a system that runs in the background that basically tries to get all of the textures that are currently like hot in the scene loaded into memory, and then it would unload ones of lower priority. So that's like how I plan to do it. I don't do that yet. I just load everything into memory because my games are simple, so I don't actually need to stream because like I just showed the binary size a second ago. This is like 289 megabytes. So that's like really nothing. But as my game gets bigger, it would be, yeah. And yeah, the rendering is platform agnostic. Yeah, without telling or asking permission. Exactly. But anyway, for like, I do stream some of my asset types though already. So I stream music files. So like games, if I have a music file, like or just like an ambient sound effect file that's long, I do stream sounds based on, well, like little chunks of audio at a time. So I don't load the entire soundtrack in the memory. So I have a system for the sound that streams. Anyway, okay, so we want to print a warning that says, let's see. What does the warning macro take? So this will be our little warning message. So we'll pass it the model dot, or I guess this dot. Do I get the model name? I get this. So we get the model name. And we have the format type, which is this as a string. And then we want to print the warning message. Known formats, I'll call this. So we're just going to append to this. So like for int. What am I doing? I just want this loop, basically. Why does this take a size? Buffer string. Okay. I have like a little macro that deals with this. So we will grab that. Where'd my music go? Here we go. I don't know. It just worked for me. Here, sorry, let me get the music going. Yeah. Anyway, so I just printed these debug messages. So let's see. It looks like I printed up some garbage though. Options are, and it prints me a bunch of garbage. Because I'm not nulling my string, I guess. This looks good though besides that. So let's close this. I think I should null terminate this first. There we go. And then we'll put another new line after this. Maybe I will, rather than doing new lines, we'll do a tab. Yeah, so my console is just a global state, basically. I just have a system. I should fix this model. So you're talking about this thing? Yeah, so it's basically a global state that I just have like in the engine. So if you like, and again, I have the source on the GitHub, so you can look at all the code. But I just have like a module here in the main engine thing that like runs and draws the console. It's up to each game to actually like hook into it though. So like the games don't have it on by default. So if I go into like my main function for this game, at the bottom you can see I'm drawing the console and the profiler. This isn't multi-threaded, but the engine does have multi-threaded support. But anyway, yeah. So the interesting thing about the console is that I can, I have this concept of like a development variable or like a debug variable in my engine. So like if I look at this like debug cascades thing here, and I click this, I just set the value to 1. This toggles the debug mode for the shadows, so I can like see the cascade splits. But anyway, I have that hooked up to the consoles is like an easy toggleable Boolean value. So if I just like look in my code where I set that, the only thing I have to do to like hook a command to the console is I just like define a variable, and these can be static variables in like global scope, or these can be local variables in like a function or like anything, or like on a class. But I can just like declare this thing, define it, and then use this macro to just like tell the console that, hey, this thing exists, and I want to hook to it. So like if I add a new one in here, like just like test variable, and I run the game, we will see when I go in the console and type in test variable, here it is. And I support a few interesting ones. So like I also have a color type in my engine for like just doing colors easily. So if I like hook up a color variable, it will detect based on the type of the variable, how the console should actually like interact with it. So if I do test variable now, you can see it expects an RGB value. And if I just type this without entering anything, it brings up a color picker panel. And this is part of the console system. But like this color panel is now, sorry, when I click it, like shoots the gun. This panel is now tied to that variable, which is kind of cool. I don't really have a good example of it in the engine. But like in the other game, Vitality, I have some cool widgets that I can show off. So yeah, here's Vitality, the other game I'm working on. So I have a bunch of commands in here, but like another fun one is the color. I forget what I called this thing. Let's just see. So I also have like this color timeline programmable thing, and this is also a type that's just built into my engine. And then I have a panel that I can use to modify this. So this is controlling the cloud color right now. So if I like change this, you can see how it's hooked up to the clouds. And then like it's just a linear 0 to 1 kind of system, like a radial color interpolator. But I can like program colors based on like the timeline. And this is just like a quick little widget I threw together when I was working on the clouds. So the console is cool because I can just like have custom types like this, and they just like work automatically. But it was kind of a pain to get this dvar macro to work. So it does some fancy macro magic to actually like register itself into the system. So like what this macro actually does is it basically it declares a variable in global namespace, and it like automatically generates a type name, like a named variable for it that should hopefully not conflict with anything else. But this class is basically a way of hooking in variables to the console system. So in the constructor, I'm like initializing things, and I'm passing the constructor to it. And so it just takes in a variable and it passes in the address to the variable and the name of the variable. And then from that, the constructor will run whenever the constructor happens to run for the variable. And it registers it as a command, basically. So it's got this like layer of indirection. But it's a pretty cool system, actually. Yeah, so yeah, essentially it is. It creates a function that, or it creates a command that knows that it can mutate the memory at a specific location. So there's a bit of indirection. And like each variable type I support has to have its own like specialization, because like the U32 variant knows that it's safe to write a U32 parameter to that location. And then like for the color, if I just go down to the color one here, you can see this is how I know to pick the window, like the little color picker window. Is that like, okay, so it's seen this as it's a type of like color pointer, right? So it knows that this variable can be aliased as like a color. So then it can spawn the color picker window. I do have a cat, yeah. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting system. All right, I forgot what I was working on. What was I just working on? Oh yeah, I was working on the model stuff. I think I'm done with the model stuff though. Oh yeah, I was working on this, the model options. So yeah, one of these things is we should detect a case where we don't enter anything, and that should not be a failure case. Let me jump out of this. Assets. Yeah, I'm jumping around. I want to do some gameplay stuff today as well. So I'm going to work on that in a bit. But there's just a few more asset things I want to take care of. So anyway, where was I parsing? So I added all of this. So if basically if we're not an empty string, what am I doing? Because we'll assume that having no format specified is like the intention is that you get the default one. And then that should just work. So then most of these models should stop warning. What is my opinion on any component systems? I talked about that a bit yesterday. I don't really feel too strongly either way on them. I don't use an entity component system in my engine. So I have a different entity system I've implemented. I think entity component systems are fine though. I just don't have one in my engine, so I don't know. I don't feel too strongly either way. I think, well, if I do have an opinion, I think people maybe spend a bit too much time thinking about it instead of thinking about other problems. Yeah, so this is drawing both models, right? So I've specified that this model is a position-only vertex format. So what's happening here is it's drawing it as, you know, the non-position-only format. So we get a bunch of jumbled mess because it's not, the memory just doesn't make any sense. But it does for this guy because it's using the correct shader to render it. And that was just my test to make sure this was working. Yeah. Yeah, I don't fundamentally disagree with that. I don't know. I think entity like ECS is a little overhyped because people come into it. A lot of people like get into game development. Oh, interesting. This one's broken. Here, let me clean the cache. It's broken in DirectX. That's weird. What happened? We have a bug on our hands. What is going on? Look at this. This is crazy. I think people get like a little too excited about ECS as if it's like this magical solution to all problems. When like it's really just it's just one solution you can implement. Of course, it's like kind of the most optimal solution in terms of like memory layout. I'm not convinced that most games need ECS to be performant. It's like, and I think a lot of people spend so much time thinking about the ECS architecture rather than just like making their engine and making games. Not that it's like a bad architecture, like if you're into that sort of thing. Yeah, I can handle more advanced graphics. Obviously, I need to keep developing it to like actually support more advanced graphics. But first I need to figure out what's happening with this. I don't know why this failed in DirectX. Let's take a graphics capture to see what we're looking at. Yeah, exactly. So it failed because it was vibe coded. So in my engine, it's hard to demonstrate because I don't have the project that I used to be able to demonstrate this with. But I do have an entity system in my engine. So like I have these object files, I call them objects, not entities. But like, let's find the grenade object here. Right, so I have this grenade thing. So this is, let me go to the other game to demonstrate this because I think this is interesting. Sorry, the game is running with render doc. I use debug builds, yeah. I can do all sorts of builds. I don't know why so many consoles opened up. Yeah, but yeah, this is the other game, and the grenade is like this little green thing I throw. So like I have entities obviously because I can like instantiate a bunch of stuff. So that is from here. So my entity system, I have sort of like this pseudo scripting language thing for my entity system. So this is like basically a C++ file, except it's like tagged. So so I can generate a bunch of like entity specific system code from this. So this actual file isn't what gets compiled. This gets turned into a different file basically. And I can show you what that looks like if I go to the output generated C++ code, and we'll find the object grenade in here somewhere. Let's see. Let's first show what the class looks like. So like, here we go. So from that object file, it generates me a class definition, some handle boilerplate code so I can safely access the data of a specific object instance. So it's just some stuff to do that. There's a bunch of boilerplate in here as well to maintain that system. But anyway, you can see that I generate in my engine, I generate a class that uses virtual inheritance, which is like, ew, gross, virtual functions. And it is kind of gross. And maybe I will eventually remove the virtual functions. But the point is that I'm not allocating memory in a stupid way. So like my entity system memory is all allocated up front, and every entity gets its own basically chunk of memory. And I can specify basically in the object files itself, like in the entity definition file, I guess you could call it. Let's see. Sorry, I need to find where this thing is. So like I have these little tags here. So like I'm not using any tags, but I can specify like the bucket size. So the bucket size is like how many entities get allocated within the contiguous bucket of memory. So like I think by default this is, I don't know, 1024, right? So you like I allocate a block of memory that can contain 1024 of the entity like by default, but I can change this. So like if I know I only have a singleton instance of something, or I know I'll only ever have 8 of these, I can just set this to 8, right? And now when I recompile the game, it's going to allocate a block of memory that can only contain 8 objects of that type. So I can like I can tune the memory allocation for my entity system based on like actual practical uses of the entities. But you can see I can still spawn more than 8 of these things, right? So my entity system can support more than 8, so like it can chain buckets together basically. But I can set like a max count, I think, or I forget what all these macros are. I have to remember. I can specify like the count, so like I can make it so like I can only instantiate 8 of these. But let's go like 2, just as a concrete example. When the game runs, I don't know what's taking so long. So like now I try to create more than 2, but I just can't, right? It only creates 2 at a time. Right, so like I know that I've only allocated enough of a pool to contain 2 of these things. And like maybe I'll have a bucket size of 2, but a count of 4. So I'll only ever have 2 buckets worth of like memory allocated for this thing. So I can only create 4, right? So like I can't create any more. Even though I'm hitting F right now. I'm hitting the grenade button. But yeah, anyway, so like I have an entity system that is smart about its memory allocation, and it keeps entities cache local, but I'm still using like a class to represent an entire entity. So like I'm not getting optimal cache locality, because like every time I'm iterating over an entity, it's like fetches the entire entity in one go, right? So if you have a bunch of data on your entity class that you're not using, you know, you're going to pay the penalty of filling cache with that data, like a cache line with that data, which isn't optimal because entity component system, you could, in theory, have like an array of just position components, right? And if you're iterating over all entities with positions, you would just like, you will have a cache line that's just full of positions, and that's more efficient, technically speaking. I'm just not convinced that outside of very specific instances that that's actually like a performance advantage. But I don't know. I guess I'll see. If I make a game that has a million entities, maybe it's something I'll think about. No, but yeah, that's how that works. How to load from a texture atlas. Yeah, that's interesting as well. Yeah, so in my engine for a texture atlas, I have the concept of a glyph, I call it. So like if I load up this game with render doc again. I don't know why it's taking so long. I just take a capture. And like, let's find a draw call that's actually drawing sprites. Surely one of these is drawing sprites. Sorry, I don't have a draw call that's drawing sprites. This guy draws sprites. All right, here's a sprite atlas. So this is just one giant texture, but you can see I have like multiple sprites packed within this. So my engine has the concept of a texture, and then I have a glyph, I call it. So a glyph is just like each sub-image of a sprite has its own rectangle that defines where in the texture it is, right? So if I like actually go to my asset type in the asset system, and I look up what a glyph is just a UV, like a U1 V1. So it's like the UV top left corner and then the UV bottom right corner. And that's just a position within a larger texture that defines like this is where that specific glyph is located. So like if I render it, I'll use those UV coordinates. And then I also have a sprite. So a sprite has the actual dimensions of the thing. So like the width and the height. And you see it points to a glyph and the number of glyphs. So it points to a texture and a glyph, which is like the first glyph in the, you know, the list of sub-images that could represent like an animated sprite sheet. And then from the width and the height and the texture index and the glyph index and the number of glyphs, you can write a simple function that, see, let's go to draw. Let's see. I have a draw sprite. So you can see this more concretely how this works. It's like I get the sprite entry, which was what we were just looking at, this thing. I get the glyph entry, which is the first glyph of the animation. And then from that glyph ID, I add the sub-image count. So like this is like I pass in a sub-image. So if I want to animate the sprite, I'll need to increment this. And then I get the texture, and then I just render with the sprite's width and height, and then the glyphs, UV coordinates, and then the texture. And that's how you do a sprite sheet. And then the cool thing is fonts work similarly, because fonts are just a texture with glyphs rasterized into the font. Or with font glyphs rasterized into the texture, I should say. Okay, so anyway, let's look at this. I'm going to step away for a second. I'm going to go use the bathroom. But after this, we're going to start working on some gameplay stuff with the game I'm working on. So yeah, I'll be back in a second. All right, I am back. We're back. I forgot during my tangent. I can't get to the gameplay yet because I need to fix this bug. So DirectX doesn't like the stuff I did for some reason, so I need to fix this first. I'm not really sure what's going on here, to be honest. Or actually, was it DirectX? Is it because I used the incorrect... That's right, I'm using this. So if I do this, I think this should work. I forgot I added this this failure case as a test. So maybe this is fine. Yeah, here we go. That looks good. Looks like a donut to me. All right, so we have that figured out. Actually, one thing I want to do before I get to gameplay. Well, no, I'll do this later. I'll do it later. I won't do it on stream. It's just more boring Vertex format stuff. Okay, so yeah, I want to add gameplay to this game because I've been spending a lot of these streams just doing random engine type stuff, and the game hasn't really changed in the last 2 or 3 weeks. So we're gonna add some gameplay, which should be fun. So let me just turn off these debug model things. We'll get the model back to the crazy donut. So we'll just delete this. And then we can actually delete this guy. So it should revert it back to how it was. I need to clean the cache. For some reason, the cache isn't getting invalidated when the asset file changes, which is interesting. Crazy Donut's fun. All right, so so this is a multiplayer game. I don't know if anyone has seen it in the other stream. So this is just like a multiplayer little shooter, arena shooter I'm working on. I don't know why I can't put this to the right. Here we go. So like if I make the left player the host and I connect with the right player, you can see that the model currently renders in the wrong position. But you can see that, you know, on the left screen, I have the guy jumping around here. So we need to fix the position at which that guy renders. And then I want to add some I want to add actual like hit markers and just some basic gameplay where you can like shoot the other players and they die and then they respawn. And that could be fun. It's like maybe these guns will have some unique properties because right now you can use the RPG as a machine gun, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. So we'll want to fix that. First thing I'm going to do is get the model to draw in the correct spot, though. So where I currently... That depth stuff looks weird. Currently... It's because the field of view is really weird with the narrow screen. So currently where I draw the players is right here. And I give this thing a transformation matrix. And it gets the player position. So I'm going to set this based on explicit positions here. Because I'm rendering the bottom of the model basically from the eye's point of view, which is why the height is incorrect. So I need to remember how tall I made the player. Let's see. I forget how tall I made this guy. So I guess it needs to draw -12 from the position. So I might need to fine tune this because I don't know what the correct values should be. So there's the host. We connect. I mean, that looks better, but it's still... I'm still floating, I think. Actually, it's like spot on. Wow, what are the odds of that? I guess 12 just is the player height. The model's really tall though. It's like double the height it should be. So maybe we need to scale him down, right? I hate how I can't do this. Here we go. You can see like eye level is waist level here. So that doesn't really make much sense. So maybe we need to scale this guy down by half. Or scale my player up by half, maybe. Here we go. Here's the eye level. Looks better. So when you walk up to him, you're actually at like eye level. You jump really high in this game. Of course, I can't see the guy on the left on this screen here because this guy is technically a server, so he shouldn't even have a gun because he's like a server that isn't actually a player. But right now I have the server integrated as like a client, so in order to actually see the other people, you need 3 clients connected. So you have like one as the server. And then you connect these 2 guys. And these 2 guys can see each other. All right, what I want to do also is add shadows because the players aren't contributing shadows. So players, we want just like a function that's like extern void draw player. We'll take in a player state. And then we'll take in delta time. We'll have 2 of these. We'll have a player, draw player, and then draw player shadows. So this is the shadow pass variant. We'll implement these functions. And in the scene, we'll just copy this over essentially. Put that there. To include Manta GFX and some other stuff. I'm going to copy this over to the player module. What do I use state for? I'm not even using that, so I don't know why I'm sending that. Okay, and let's see. Do I do anything with cache? I don't. I guess draw player is the same whether it's the shadow or not, so we'll just send that through. And then, so this should be forward, check position, Because I might change whether it's a double or a float depending on the game. So I have it defined as its own type. I didn't want to commit to one or the other, so I just made it its own type because it's easy to change it then. And the reason I even have it as a double is that like when I play a game that just runs very quickly, like this Asteroids game, I get like really high frame rate in this game. I have another game running, so let me close this. Like I get like almost 10,000 FPS, right? So if you don't have floating point as a, or if you don't have delta time as a double, and you have a frame rate that's like that high, floating point precision actually isn't enough in some cases to like represent delta time. So I had it as a double, but not every game is gonna like, obviously most games won't run at 10,000 frames a second. So maybe a float's fine. Yeah, it's kind of annoying that there is a floating point, like a 4-byte and an 8-byte float type. And they like to implicitly cast into each other. And typically you get the warnings when you like downcast from like a float or a double to a float. But yeah, it's kind of annoying. I have to clean that up in my engine as well. So this needs to move into the player. So this should be in player init maybe. This can just be up top, up here somewhere. So when I draw the player, I can instead just do this loop. Right. So this should do the exact same thing. W none. Turn off all warnings. Yep. Host connect. All right, cool. We still see our little guy. Now let's get the shadows working for him. So we actually need to move where we render this guy into the lighting scene. And then we also have to put him in the shadow map pass. So we'll just do him here. And for the shadow map, we actually want to draw ourselves, so we see our own shadow, so we won't early out in that case. W error. Yeah. So I think we should see our own shadow now. We don't see a shadow, damn it. Okay, interesting. I'll figure that out later. But now we see on the left here that our guy is casting shadows, which is kind of cool. The shadows look pretty bad, but at least he casts them. Oh wait, I do have shadows now. Never mind, it's working. It looks so dumb. It's like, where are my legs? There's like lag because the position that's actually being used to draw the character models is like being sent to the server and back. So there's like latency. That's why it's kind of drags behind the player. Maybe I shouldn't self-shadow. Oh, this one? That's just the light position. I can like spam. I can put one here, right? You see this? It's like a red dot now. And that's just like a light point as a debug thing I had just in here. I haven't ripped this out yet. You can see I'm not using the correct normal map for this brick texture either. It's just applying brick to everything. Looks kind of cool. All right, so we have the players rendering in a better way. The donut shop. Okay, so we want to be able to hit cast, raycast against the little player models. So we need to, let me think for a second. What do we need to do? We want to raycast. We want to be able to raycast against an arbitrary player, so we know if we hit one or not. So let's have this like a function that's like raycast players, and we will return from this function a network connection handle, and we will send it, we will give this function array, and it will return true whether it has hit a player or not, or it will return a valid handle whether this succeeds or not. And then we will use this function to do bullet damage is the idea. So someone asked in the other stream why I extern my functions, and the answer to that is I just like to keep this syntax consistent with variables. But I know these are kind of extern by default, so it's redundant to put this here, but people ask me that frequently. Is that the police station? It should be. You got the giant donut spinning in the middle of the map. All right, so raycast against players. So what we need is this loop from here, where I render. Here it is. So for raycast against players, we have this loop. We're essentially doing the draw function, we're just not drawing. So we need this matrix world thing. We need to calculate this. And these should just be maybe they shouldn't be constants. Well, these can be const. We have this in two places, which is annoying. So I think we have a function that's like raycast. I don't know if it's in my 3D module or my collision model. I don't remember. It's like ray intersect triangle list. And we take array and we take the collision mesh, this guy, dot data, and dot count. I thought I had an overload of this thing that takes an arbitrary rotation matrix or a world transformation matrix. Did I delete that? No, here it is. Oh, it takes it as the second parameter. Okay. And this should be a float matrix. This is a return Boolean. So if we hit then I mean, yeah, maybe I do, to be honest. I'm not against learning modern C++. All I know is that this syntax is what they used where I used to work, and I just kind of adopted it. So everything was basically extern. And things that you wanted in a single translation unit, you put at the top and you write static, right? So it only has static linkage within the translation unit. I never really understood what inline does for me. What's the actual difference between inline and extern? Like, if I have an extern variable, this is something that I should learn. So like, if I have extern, you know, float test, right? My intention for this is that I define this thing in a translation unit, right? Like, I would have test, right? So this is like where it's defined in scene.cpp. And then if any other translation unit references my test variable through the header file, right? The extern, I guess, declaration, the linker will see that it's in this one. And it will only instantiate, like, it will link it to this, you know, this variable in this source file. So I don't know what the difference with inline is, because inline is like one of those stupid ones where like the name implies that you're like doing an inline, but obviously that's not actually what it does. Let me just look this up. Difference between inline and extern in C++. Because I actually do want to know this, because see, I don't think inline is what I want. Is because what it's saying is it's going to duplicate it in every translation unit that includes the inline, right? Like, I don't want to inline this, because every translation unit shouldn't, unless it's smart enough to only use the first one. But then aren't you susceptible to, like, now you don't know which translation unit that, like, actually is the one that owns it. Right? Is that how that works? That's not what inline does, actually. Yeah, no, I'm not streaming from yesterday. Inline is internal only. Yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong with my use of inline and extern, but I haven't run into any problems with it, so I think I'm fine. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so if we hit the player, we will just return the player handle that we hit. So p.key, I guess. And then otherwise we return a network connection handle null. Null. Can I stream every day? I cannot, unfortunately. What are your thoughts on node scene engines like Godot? I wouldn't use it for a custom engine. Probably. I don't think there's anything wrong with node scene engines. It's just not the level of abstraction that I want my engine to be. Translation unit is just a C++ file, basically. It's just like compiler lingo for, like, the way C++ compilation works, if you don't know, is that like every CPP file is its own little program, basically, in the eyes of the C++ compiler. So when you compile a C++ program, you're invoking the compiler basically independently for every source file, every CPP file. And that's a translation unit. Now, that's not the final step of, I guess, compilation or building, because after you compile each translation unit, you then link them. So you have the linker that runs. And the linker basically will combine all of the translation units into a single like binary executable, right? So, so that's kind of like what we're talking about with the extern and the inline thing. These are basically flags that tell the linker what to do with the symbols it sees. Like if I have a translation unit that has an extern void level free at the top, it will see that it is an extern function, and it won't error because at compile time, because it is expecting the linker to be able to resolve this symbol to some other definition elsewhere, right? Yeah, exactly. And the thing is with header files like are fake, right? If you think about it, like what is a header file? It's literally just like when you pound include a header file, like if I have, pound include player.header file, this is actually, it's fake in the sense that the compiler never sees the header file as like its own separate file. These pound includes actually get expanded into just one giant text file before the compiler ever sees it. And that's the step called pre-processing. So like anything you see with these pound, these purple, pound whatever, these are called preprocessor directives. So the preprocessor runs, it basically stitches all of these files into one giant file, which contains all the code. So like this scene.hpp will literally be stubbed in to like wherever, this, right? So it becomes this, and then these expand, and then these expand, and it's like a recursive expansion. But anyway, so you when you have a header file that contains like functions, the functions might not actually be defined in the file. So when that happens, if you're not telling the compiler that that's true, like with an extern or I guess an inline keyword, it's going to throw an error because it's like looking for the definition of this thing. But if it has one of these, then it's going to let it go through, and then the linker will be able to resolve those issues and like actually find, where the code lives, right? And then then there's like optimization that can happen at linking stage as well. So you have like link time optimization, which can then go back to the compiler in like after link time. Now that it sees where things are defined, it can then go back to the compiler and do some optimization on the actual machine code that it generates. So it's interesting, but like, yeah, that's sort of the mental model you have to develop when you work with C++, is you have to like view your source files, your CPP files as translation units, and kind of understand, how these things piece together. Yeah, I guess, I mean, yeah, like when I say they're fake files, like obviously they're not fake because, like a famous example, a famous header-only library, which I actually use, is, like I use the STB image in TrueType, and these are header-only libraries, right? So this file, like, includes the entire contents of the library. And then if I want to actually use it in my engine, you have to, like, define a flag that's like, this is the source implementation. And then this macro will, at pre-processing time, include the source implementations. I know I used the library, it's crazy. It's because I didn't want to write my own PNG loading code. I'm not that crazy. Not yet. Yeah. And that's the thing too, because then, like, C++ is notorious for bad compile speeds. Yeah, the header guards, the classic C header guard, right? But yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, C++, and I guess C to an extent, but it's more of a C++ problem, is that it's known for its like horrendous compile times. And like most of the compile speed issues you run into are just like poorly maintained header files. So if you're at least aware of what your header files do and how they expand and like how complex they are, it's easy to keep your compile speeds fast. You just have to be like vigilant about it, I guess, and understand that you can't just like put a bunch of stuff in your header files. And this is kind of why I don't like templates, because C++ templates, like, they really want to be defined in header files. So like you end up with a lot of code in header files, whereas historically header files used to just be like small files that just include essentially forward declarations of functions and variables. Yeah. That's just because C++ is like, and I guess they're trying to solve this with modules, right? And I assume Adam can say more about this because he's actually writing his new engine with modules. I'm not. I'm just using header files. But I think they're trying to solve some of the compile time problems, because header files just aren't sustainable for like large code bases that have a lot of header file bloat. Yeah, okay, anyway, I wrote this function. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I wrote this function to test ray collisions against players. So let's just debug this. So I'm just going to draw a yellow rectangle on the screen if I collide with a player. So if first we have to get a ray. Ray is equal to float R3. Origin is a float V3. This is some crazy music. I should learn modules because I'm like very ignorant about what they actually do. That's too new for me. That's too new for my C++ knowledge. Why is this mad? What is this mad about? Oh my gosh, I don't have a designated initializer for this thing. Are you serious? What? Vector. Is it really mad about this? What's it mad about? Do I really have to specify this thing as a... You know what? Fine. We'll do it. Okay. We're going to shoot this across the forward vector for now. This is not const anymore. This is just debug code, so I don't really care that much. Ray. So we're just going to draw... Let's draw a rectangle at the top left of the screen. I just want to make sure this function actually works. We'll make it lime. Alright, cool. Actually, we'll make it... we'll branch on the rectangle. It'll be either red or lime. Alright. Alright, so here's our red rectangle. I meant to connect a client. Here we go. So our little red rectangle, this seems to be working already, which is great. I mean, I would be surprised if it didn't work because it's a pretty simple function. So let's rotate the camera as well. Or let's rotate the guy. Let's make sure it works with rotations. Looks good to me. Yeah. I don't really like that dot syntax. I guess this would have worked if I just did this, right? I'm a bit verbose with my initializing syntax as well. I like to like write the type a million times. If you can't tell. Like this should work, right? Because I'm passing it in the correct order for this thing. Unless I actually don't have a... Do I not have an overload for this? Really? Oh, floats R3. There we go. That should work. Okay, cool. Any performance? Depends what your shader's doing. Basically, there's like two things that can kill shader performance. Bad memory access patterns, which is like if you're sampling textures that are big, or you're sampling textures kind of randomly, right? That's pretty bad because it's just like kind of a universal thing with programming is that if you have bad memory access patterns, you're gonna be slow. And the other thing is if you're branching in your shaders, in like an unpredictable matter, then that can also be slow because branching, it's kind of complicated to explain, but generally when you branch in shaders, you kind of like pay the cost of the most expensive branch, assuming that like the GPU and like the I guess the warp of shader invocation it's called isn't branch predicting outside of that. The red box is what I just added. This is just my hit detection test. Yeah, exactly. So basically just avoid branching, try to avoid doing discards if you can, because discards are inefficient. Avoid bad texture lookup memory access patterns. Avoid large textures if you can. So like the smaller your texture, the better. What else? Avoid tiny triangles. If you have a bunch of tiny triangles, those are really expensive too. That's not really a shader problem. That's just like a rasterization pipeline problem. And that tiny triangles are really inefficient because they waste most of their rasterization on triangles that aren't even rendered, or of pixels that aren't even rendered. So that's something that's fun to think about. Okay, so now let us add. So I have a Hitmarker sprite. So I want to add the Hitmarker when I shoot. So here's my Hitmarker sprite. I actually started this a little while ago, but how do you do 0 alpha? Discard branchless. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Sometimes you have to branch, unless you multiply everything by 0 afterwards. But if you're doing an alpha discard, I think branching is just kind of a necessary evil. I don't know if you guys can see on the stream, but I have a little Hitmarker sprite that draws around the dot. So when I shoot the other player, I basically want to see the Hitmarker thing show up. Maybe I can make it bigger for the sake of the live stream, but it's actually going to be small probably for the game. And yeah, it's a good point about link time optimization. See, here's the Hitmarker. All right, so let's... Exactly. So I want to have a little thing in here that just tracks the Hitmarker. Static float Hitmarker alpha is equal to 0. And maybe we'll have Hitmarker color is equal to white. So then we'll render the Hitmarker with this guy. I don't know why don't have an F here. So do I have a float override for this? Oh my gosh. I don't have a float override for this. Where'd my music go? Okay, that should cast it back to a float. Seeing me go through this pain. It's not that painful if you enjoy it. I enjoy it, so it's not that painful. All right, so yeah, I've lost my hit marker. So let me set the alpha to 1. And I still don't see it for some reason. Oh, this should be not inverse. This should just be... All right, and then we just need a little function that's like show hit marker. I'm surprised it's only 12. I'm surprised there's a limit at all, to be honest. Or like if there was a limit, you'd think it'd be like 255 or something, which is like the 8-bit. Imagine the amount of indirection your system has if you have a pointer to a pointer to a pointer to a pointer to a pointer. Like you're taking an address of an address of an address. That's crazy. Yeah, at that point you have to question your sanity. Okay, so let's see. Let's add this function. Can handle it is fast. Yeah, exactly. So hit marker, alpha is alpha. And then we just want to decay this quickly, I guess. So every time we fire the weapon right now, we'll just show the hit marker at 1, and we'll choose have a static. Do I have a random in here? I do have a random. So in update, we just want to decay the Hitmarker, which is just like Hitmarker alpha is equal to lerp. Sure. Maybe we want the Hitmarker to show up a bit longer, so we'll do it like 1.5. I've definitely had nested pointers be like 3 deep before. In C++, it's like less of a problem because you can use references for a lot of things. So it's like not too often am I doing a nested pointer 3 deep. Like when would you use that? Maybe like a 3D array or something. But like a 3D array, you can just think about as a one-dimensional array with like a 3D indexer, right? You just like have a function. You just like write an equation that can take 3 dimensions and like condense it to a one-dimensional index. And then you just have to think about your array as like a one-dimensional like array of items or something. So like you wouldn't really need nested pointers for that unless you're like dynamically allocating an array of an array or something. It just doesn't seem like that's something I do very often. All right, so we have Hitmarkers. Yeah. And this is why I like, you know, I really do like raw pointers. Like, a lot of modern C++ people are afraid to use raw pointers for some reason. I guess it's because it's like you're touching memory and then it gets scary and people are just like afraid of touching memory for some reason. But like I'm a big proponent of raw pointers, but I do like reference. I do like references. So like references in C++ really remove the amount of times I ever really need to use pointers. So like the only time I'm ever really touching pointers directly is if I'm like doing memory allocation or I'm like accessing elements from some arbitrary like buffer of memory, right? And they have to like reinterpret from just like raw bytes back to a type or something. Then you do some like pointer arithmetic and casting, but usually it's like you're not doing that too often. Yeah, some of the models I made, a lot of these assets are like really old. So like these, like a lot of this stuff is from games I made like literally 14 years ago. And I'm just using it in the engine now because it's fun to like remake an old game of mine. But in C++ with no libraries. All right, so let's make the Hitmarker only fire if I actually collide with another player. So like, here we go. We'll do our, in the scene here where we're doing the test of this. We steal this. This is the vibe coding before AI is how I'm writing this game. So where do I raycast? So ray gunshot is the one I care about. So if players, and we need to include players in weapons for some reason, because we have like weird... dependencies. So if we hit a player, then we will show the hit marker. Otherwise we won't. Yeah, that should work. I'm curious, what language do you use instead of C++? Loam 4433, however you say first after your name. I'm curious what language you use instead. All right, so let's see. Does this work? Well, I'm not seeing hit markers, and that's a concern. So we have messed up. Because I used the wrong gunshot. Where do I spawn particles? Particles that create. Actually, this is the correct ray. Oh, it should be if it... No. The ray hit is where the ray hits the world. I don't know what's going on here. This should work. Because it was literally just working in the other example. Unless the gunshot ray is not correct. So it's like world get ray. I don't know. Am I just not doing this correctly? Okay, so something is wrong with this function. Or something is wrong with my assumptions of how I use this function. So, ray gunshot, am I mutating this on accident? I am mutating this. That's really stupid. This should be float v3 reflect. There we go. We look a good Hitmarker sound. A nice, like... All right. Now let's actually send damage to the other player. So we'll add a damage system. So what is in player state? Player state will also include a health value. And then when we shoot the player, we will just send so if first we need to see if we're the client. So let's see. Do I have like a network here? Network, do I have like an is client or something? We'll add this in here. So what we want is to have the const network connection handle. Okay, so if network.client. Here, we'll just TCP. So we'll send to the server. We need a packet ID TCP. We'll do a TCP. Sorry, let me see. Someone asked a question. How did I get my first job in AAA? I think I got lucky, kind of, just with the timing and the location. But I had like a portfolio of just projects I've worked on that were relevant to the role. So I was doing, I got hired in for graphics. So I had done a bunch of like toy rendering hobby stuff. So I knew quite a bit about graphics when I interviewed, and that helped me a lot, I think. And I just got lucky with the timing, so it's hard to give like perfect advice. All right, so let's see. I don't have access to this packet. Where is this defined? So we want. How do I have like all this random stuff in here? So like packet ID TCP. So we'll send a player damage packet. And what does this take? It takes in, let me see. So we need the send buffer, which is this guy. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I don't know. I think like it's probably a lot of factors. All right, so we send. It's the send buffer. So it's like our little packet buffer. So in the packet, our first thing will be a network connection handle. So this is who we are. So this would be client handle, and then we will send who our target is, which is this guy. And then I guess we can send what gun we're using. Well, we'll just start with this. So this will be our basic packet to say that. Yeah, did I work in the industry? Yeah, so I worked at a AAA company for almost 3 years. It was like a month shy of 3 years. So it wasn't like a super long stint. But it was like more than nothing. And I don't work there anymore. I work at a different company that's not in gaming. But I'm doing like very similar work at my current role. It's just not in the games industry anymore. It's just general purpose. 20, yeah, exactly. I think I learned more than maybe the normal person. Because I love to program, and I didn't start programming for like the career aspect of it. I just started programming because I was interested in programming. So I think having like the interest helped me learn more because I was like actually motivated to learn how things were done rather than just like show up and get a paycheck and leave. So I think the passion, I guess, is like a real aspect of it. Not that I'm not always passionate. Like sometimes I am just burnt out, but but yeah, so that's how that works, I think. And like honestly, a lot of people, yeah, 'cause a lot of people come to the stream and they ask about the AAA thing. I don't know. I think AAA is I don't know. I didn't actually like it very much in terms of like the kind of work I was doing because like and I think this is just a problem with big companies in general. It wasn't really a AAA problem, but it was just like in a large company, like in a large company, there's just a lot of people working on the code. So like people are more specialized to very narrow slices of the code base. So like your individual impact on the code is like a lot smaller at a big company than it is at like a smaller one, or just doing like hobby projects on the side. Because like I can work on this thing and in an evening I can have like major gameplay features implemented. But obviously I can do that because it's like this is my code base. I just understand everything. I don't really care if everything's completely correct, right? I'm just like making forward progress and I'm just programming stuff. But at like a real company, you can't do that. One, because you don't know the entire code base. Two, because you can't just haphazardly go through and just write like write vibe code. So there's just more process involved, and like I didn't like that as much. So that's one of the reasons I looked for other places to work. So thankfully, in the new company I work for is a smaller company. So I just have more freedom to actually write code. So I enjoy it a lot more. But it's still a lot more like regulated. Like there's just more process working for the current company than there is in my hobby projects. So I like work on projects for fun just because I like to write random code. All right, so we need to actually receive these packets. So on the server, so basically what's happening is I fire the gun. If I hit a player, I'm going to tell the server, hey, I hit this player. And I guess I actually don't need to send who I am because the server will know who I am. So I can just send the target that I'm trying to hit. And then the server has to actually receive this packet. So we'll have in the servers, in the network, server, process, packet, TCP, we'll have a packet. Actually, I never set up the server callback thing. So we need to go into server. Callback. I need to set the callback here. I never actually set this up correctly because this is the first time I'm actually sending callback on receive TCP. And let me just steal this from my other game really quickly because I don't want to set this up again for like the third time. Where do I have network? Yeah, here we go. So I want these functions. Server. So I have this kind of like indirection with my network code. But okay, so here's server TCP player damage. And then this will just be stubbed out for now. Equals server handle receive TCP. Server handle receive UDP. Sorry, did I miss questions? Yeah, definitely. You're asking is it possible for someone like you to look at a line of code and not understand what it does? Yeah, that's like most code that I look at that's not written by me. Like, I understand my code because I wrote it, right? And it's in my style, my organization, you know, quirks, right? So like I look like I'm being very productive here, but like if I'm looking at brand new code, definitely it's a lot slower to actually like interpret what's happening. I think I'm getting pretty good at reading code now though, because I just recognize the patterns. In a lot of code, understanding code is just recognizing patterns people use. So like once you can see past kind of the stylistic differences and just see the patterns, it gets easier to kind of to figure out what's happening. But yeah, that's an interesting comment, interesting thing. It's kind of like an experience thing. All right, so we're gonna read this packet basically. So we receive from the buffer, bytes that remaining is less than network connection handle. Then we'll return because this packet is garbage. So then we'll actually read the contents. So we'll have like the target is the handle that we sent. And then we'll just send this straight through to send to. So we'll send this straight to the target. We'll also like if the handle is null, which should never happen. We'll just return. We'll just be defensive about our... Actually, we'll assert this. This is not good netcode, by the way. I'm writing client authoritative networking for this at the moment. I don't use AI very often, though. Yeah, 64 gigs of RAM is nice. So then we also need to write a new packet. So buffer equals server.sendBuffer. Sorry, let me just look at this. We're just gonna steal this basically. And then we received. So we're gonna send who shot us basically, is who the bad guy is. So we send the target that we're shooting a packet that's saying, "Hey, you were shot," and the contents of the packet is just like, "This is who shot you," basically. That's our basic code for dealing with this. And then we just need to add some client code to recognize that shot. So let me steal the client code really quickly. I just want these functions. So when we initialize the client, we just need to set these callbacks. Network client dot callback on disconnect equals client handle disconnect. Okay, and then, so the server will send this packet, and then the client just has to receive this, and it will just blindly trust that this is, oops, I copied the wrong part. The client will just blindly trust that this packet is genuine for now. So yeah, I should emphasize that this netcode, like I said, is not cheat proof. In fact, it's actually very easy to exploit this. Okay, so I'm gonna say enemy. This is who the enemy is, who shot you. And for now, I'm just gonna print to the console. Actually, I don't include debug here. Interesting. Here, let's include scene. All right, so we're just gonna print who shot us, and we'll have it in red, or print color red. Okay, I think this should work, assuming I didn't mess anything up. So buffer. Let's do 3 players, because one of these is the server. So this one's the server. Send that guy off to the side, connect. And then, here, we'll do this. So let's hopefully, here we go. All right, cool. So we see here in this window is that guy. So if I shoot him, you see we're receiving the fact that we have gotten hit. So I used GameMaker, the GameMaker software, or like game engine, if you're familiar with that. It was actually my older brother who downloaded it on the computer, but he gave up using it like pretty quickly. But I kept using it. And GameMaker has a scripting language in it called GML. So it's not like a true programming language, but it's essentially a programming language. Modern GML is a bit more like a programming language than the original GML. So I used, I just said GameMaker. So yeah, I used GameMaker to learn. I was like exposed to game design and like scripting and all that stuff. And like GML is very C-like in a lot of ways, in that the syntax is very C-like, but of course it doesn't have pointers and stuff. So it's just like a very simple C-like language syntax, language grammar. So I learned to program stuff like logically with that. And then eventually I did some Java stuff. So I was using Java for a while. And then I just went to C and C++ basically. So that was like the evolution. But I was doing GameMaker for a while. It was like many years when I was a kid and like a teenager. And then I got more serious once I actually wanted to like learn engineering rather than just game programming. And then when I learned C and C++, it really opened my eyes to like, it's like you just kind of on like open the curtain, you know, to a whole new level of of like abstraction, because then you kind of understand what's actually happening with memory, and that's really insightful. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw the the GTA 5 source code leaked like 2 years ago, and I've looked at their source code. It's pretty interesting to look at, actually, what their C++ code looks like. It's different than the C++ code I used at my where I used to work. But yeah, it's really interesting looking at their code and just like comparing it to the other code I'm familiar with and my own. Nice. I still have some of my really old GameMaker projects, actually. it's in here somewhere. I don't know. Let me look up GMK. I have some of my really old games still. They still work. It's actually insane. I made like a Mario clone when I was like a kid. Who knows if we will find it. I'll let this search run in the background. Okay, so anyway, now we know that we've been hit. So the player, let me see. Yeah, I think like the AI thing is an interesting topic because AI is like certainly a really good tool. Like it's just like, it's pretty good. AI is pretty good. What my concern is that if people learn programming without, or like with just using AI, and they rely on AI a little too heavily, I'm afraid that they won't actually learn stuff. They'll just be like, it looks like they're making forward progress because the AI is doing a lot of the work for them, but they're not actually like retaining what they learn. Whereas like before AI, you kind of did have to problem solve and actually like work through things. And then by working through and failing, you just learn. So I don't know what that looks like. Like maybe it'll be fine. But my concern is that if you don't already know how to program, then AI doesn't like immediately make that easier, you know, if that makes sense. Because like if you already know how to program, AI is really good because like it's supplemental, you know, or like it adds to my experience. I can use it as a powerful tool because I know what to ask it. I can recognize when it might be wrong. Yeah, having it teach you is yeah, exactly. Like it can be a good teacher, right? So if you don't have it do work for you, but it can guide you towards knowledge. I think that's really powerful, and I think AI is good for that. I don't really understand the whole code your whole thing in AI thing that people want to do. Okay, but anyway, so in the scene, I'm just gonna draw a red rectangle over the scene as I take damage. Again, this is kind of just debug code, but so we will have player state or well, first we'll do like if player so if we can get the player state, I guess I don't need this. So we'll just draw a rectangle. This will be the blood color. We'll just have a red rectangle as we take damage. Say cast u8 state.health divided by 100. Actually, I'm just gonna have health as a normalized 0 to 1 value times 255.0. And then 1. Or I'll do 255 minus. Okay. So player state is like the player object. Okay. So in the network client code where I receive the hit packet, we can just players dot states. We need to include we'll subtract health by 10% every time we get hit. Okay, so we have that. We have this. So now as this guy gets shot, well, we're seeing red, but it's immediately being reset. Again, because health is actually the states are server authoritative actually, I suppose, because it's being immediately overwritten by the server. So that kind of makes sense. So really it's the server should be the one that's removing health from the client. So yeah, let's do that. I mean, we can do both, but the server is the one that's actually going to do the health. And this should be if well, we should assert that this thing actually contains the targets, because if this doesn't contain it, then that's like something that would be unexpected. So then that should work. All right, that doesn't work because again, it's still being overwritten. we have technically a race condition. How do I stay focused while talking to us? To be honest, I sometimes just ignore you guys. I'm trying my best, but sometimes I get locked in and I start ignoring chat for a bit. It seems like you guys chat amongst each other, which is nice, so I don't feel too bad. It's a tough balance because I do want to make progress while also interacting. I guess this game has been about a month now. It's been a few weeks of streaming this. The engine's older than that, so I'm just making. I have both the engine and the game, and the game is pretty new, but the engine is older. It's been about 2.5 years on the engine. Okay, so I need to split player state. Where am I sending this thing? So in the network code, I have some. I'm doing my network code in a pretty dirty way at the moment, so I need to fix this. Because I believe I just spam the positions here. So like this positions update should not. Like I need a logical split between the player state and like the player health conditions, I guess. Because this is stuff that like the client's just going to tell me that this is like my input state. And then you would have a separate state that's like the server authoritative version of what's going on. Yeah, you can do static library basically. source engine type shit. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, Netcode is annoying. So I'm trying to see if I can fix this just quickly, just as the proof of concept. So what the problem is it's this UDP positions packet. So wherever I send this, let's make this game only. So like I'm sending this from the client here in client update, right? And this packet basically contains this packet contains the position and it basically encapsulates the entire player state. So I don't want to send this whole packet. I want to separate this. So it should be like struct player. Really, this should be player input, I guess, but this would be like player. I don't know, player position. You would like put this in here, and then this guy would live here. I don't know, player dot something. You just have this different level of encapsulation. So then instead of sending, maybe I should just call this input. I'll call this input for now, and I'll refactor this because we're kind of working towards the refactor anyway. So let me just call this thing. Oh my gosh, where am I? I got lost. We'll call this input for now, even though we're just storing position and vectors here. So it's like not technically input. But for all intents and purposes, it is input. It will be input. So then we send this. So when we send player positions, so this would be like player input. Oh my gosh. So this would be value dot input. We'll just call this input. And we have to do the same thing here. So we're adding a bit of indirection, but that's fine. Because then when we send this, we will send a player input packet. And then we send that packet as player packet UDP. I'm going to call this input. And then the server has to receive that. I think I do that. Where is that code? So the server receives the input state. If the server fails to receive that, then player states handle dot input equal to input. Why is it mad? What's happening? So I could just do this. So first we assert that the handle is valid, and then we just read this directly into the input field. And that simplifies that. And then when we actually send the positions, so the server's going to send the entire player state. So I'm going to create a different packet ID for this. And then in network client receive, we'll receive the player state as a whole packet. And I'm not sure why that is there. Oops. On behalf of all Jareds. Any reason I'm raw dogging the graphics pipeline? Because I think it's fun. I like graphics programming. My job is in graphics programming. So like this is, while this project is not, obviously I'm doing this project as a hobby. This isn't anything I'm doing professionally. The graphics programming stuff is something I do professionally, so it's a skill set that like I actually do use. So that's why I'm raw dogging it. Because ultimately, right, someone has to write the graphics like backends for various applications, right? Okay, so I have to fix this. I can stop printing this actually. Okay, I think I'm almost done with this little refactor. Let's just double check everything is looking good. Why do I call this client input? Okay, let's just make sure I'm sending this. So we receive on the client the player state packet. We send that from the server, and then that should work. The server, when it receives damage, it will reduce that. Handles the TCP damage. Okay. I should really be handling the player input in here rather than the network module, so let's move this out there as well. So the client should put this in the client code. So this should be client. This should be buffer. And then the server version. Player damage should be there. Okay. Client. Did I just put the client code in the server? Okay, no, that's fine. Sorry, I'm like really locked in at the moment. So this is server code for UDP process. Server UDP. This is good. We're formalizing the netcode here because this was pretty rough. So ping, handshake, disconnect, handshake. All right, I think everything is good. Ping, ping. All right, and then server, receive, TCP damage, sends it to the client, receives player input, writes it as the input field. All right, looks good to me. Client receives damage, says it's been shot, receives UDP state, sets the state. All right, I think this is good. I'm writing an F-22 Raptor. Yeah. Yes, sorry for anyone joined. I've been ignoring chat. I'm sorry. I've just been I'm trying to get this code locked in here. There it is, looking good. So I'm making this little, oh shoot. All right, no, we're good. So we still see the players. We still move around. If I shoot this guy, he should die. Well, he doesn't die yet, but he will die at some point. Okay, so, sorry. Is knowledge and haircut a hostile takeover? I need a haircut. My hair is getting long. It's getting crazy. Sorry, did I miss any chat? If any... Oh, the water physics. Are you talking about the other game? Invaders. Oh, do we have a stream? Invade us? Yeah, if anyone has questions, you can just ask it again if I've ignored you. I'm sorry. I was I was locked in with the netcode programming here. This isn't working like I thought it would, though. So something is weird. Something weird is happening. I already read the best comment. Okay, so let's add... I'll handle this on the client. Well, I'll handle this on the server, actually. Here, I need a packet that tells the server to teleport a player, basically. Or I don't know how to handle player death. We'll have a packet that's like player respawn or something. Or player teleport. I don't know. Let's see. What's going on? Where are my TCP packets? So these are my system packets, and here are my client packets. So we'll have a packet ID, TCP, player. I'll just call it respawn. Respawn, why not? So this will be like the server will tell the client that it's respawning. Because the pointer, the asterisk, already tells you that it's a pointer. Which is why people don't do it. There, you know, the Microsoft, you would like the Microsoft naming conventions, the Hungarian notation that they use, because they do that. But I don't like it for a lot of reasons. But like if you look at the Windows header files, here we go. I have my own trimmed version of the Windows header file, but like these are the types that Windows uses. So you have like a pchar, which is just a pointer, a char pointer. And it's kind of annoying because they have a long pointer. So this is like back when Windows was 32 versus 64-bit, I think. So like pointers were either 32-bit or 64-bit address space. So you have like a long pointer and a pointer, which is kind of crazy. And like a wide chart, like you get all these crazy types. But this is called, I think it's Hungarian notation, where they like append the type, the pointer type to the variable type. And I don't like it because this is probably fine if you don't have like IntelliSense that can kind of like tell you what things are. Like the thing is, I can just see what a type is by just hovering over it, right? So like when I see buffer, I just see that this is a class buffer. Or like when I see network connection handle, I see that this is this type. And it's true if I hover over like a random variable in here. Like if I hover over server, I can see the type that this thing is. This is a pointer, right? This is a server pointer. And it even tells me where it comes from. So it's like telling me that it's coming from this up here. So I can just see that, and that's why I don't need to do it. But yeah, anyway, let's add this respawn packet. So what will the respawn packet contain? That's a great question. Yeah, I think people used, I think paste bin website, people do that. You should be able to send links in the chat. If it doesn't let you send a link, then I don't know. I'm sorry. That's a YouTube thing. I didn't prevent links from being sent, but if they don't send, then that's kind of, I don't know. I can't help you. Go in the Twitch chat, maybe. I know people send links in Twitch sometimes. All right. So server, when the player dies, the player system, let's see. For leaving links on. Yeah. I don't have enough viewers where I'm getting spammed with like malware. And anyone who clicks a link on chat is kind of like at their own discretion, I feel like. So yeah, I don't know. If everyone's just respectful and not nefarious, then I think everything is fine. But I guess you can't trust people sometimes. All right, so I want to have the player die if it gets too low on health. So the server should detect that. So in server update, I guess, detect player death. So we're just going to loop over all the players. Auto player in, we'll have a const. Actually, we won't have a const pointer because we might do something with them. In players, so so we have the player that died and what do you mean? Why is this not working? I think it's just a fake error, to be honest. Network connection handle. Am I using handle? I'm just gonna see what happens. Does this compile? What? Doesn't my iterator over hash map return this? Oh, it's key. Yeah, okay. I was like, what is happening? Totally not malware. Yeah. Okay, so if state dot health is less than 0, then we've died. I use I use OpenGL, DirectX 11, and Metal right now, which is kind of a weird trio of APIs, but I'm working on Vulkan slowly, very slowly, but I'm working on Vulkan as well. Long term, I want to deprecate OpenGL entirely. It's just it hasn't been a priority because I haven't had a problem with graphics yet. So getting into OpenGL. I use OpenVulkan. Tips for people getting OpenGL. Just experiment with stuff. Yeah, learn OpenGL. Follow like the basic tutorial. Get some stuff drawing on the screen. And then I feel like the best way to learn is to just like try and implement various things and see how well you can do it. Because like just by trying to implement complicated things, you'll be forced to implement certain things, right? In order to achieve the goal of whatever you're trying to render. And by doing that, you'll have like practical experience actually using some of the concepts rather than just like following a tutorial and not really understanding it, which is a trap some people fall into. Okay, so these actually can be non-const because I'm going to set the health back to 1, so we'll respawn the player and then we'll do the Um, so what will we send when we respawn? I actually wrote my own 3D model loader. And right now I just support OBJ files, like the wavefront object file format, just because it's easy to parse. I'm going to support, I forget it's like GLTF or something. That's the main format I want to support. My goal is I'm going to get this one implemented because this one supports like animations and stuff as well. So that would be next. But it's just, yeah. Yeah. So we're just gonna respawn the player at a just some random position. So our packet will contain float v3. I'll just respawn them up in the air for now. So then we'll have the server will send this packet to the guy who died. TCP send to handle, and the packet ID TCP player respawn, and we'll give it the send buffer. So we're just sending packets around, which is fun. I guess I can also set the position. And we'll just send this guy. Is this a double? This is a double. This should implicitly cast, though. That's interesting. Blend mode's built into the material. Yeah, I haven't really looked at the full spec, so yeah, be interested to see. I'll do that on a live stream at some point, probably. Okay, so we send this packet. Now the player just has to receive this guy and actually respawn. So we receive a TCP packet. I'm gonna need to include camera, I think, as well. Okay, so, or movement maybe. See, this is where it gets kind of annoying because I have like this weird separation. Maybe I should have like a set position function. For now, I'm just gonna hard code some stuff. So we just need to, if bytes remaining is less than the size of float 3, then the packet is corrupt. So we want it early out. And then if we have to do a few things. We have to do light camera. I have this weird movement class. I should really move this somewhere else. Or at least make this global for now. Here, let me just move this guy. This whole player controller thing I have is like actually was supposed to be temporary, but I've I've kept it in here, so let me just turn this into an actual class. And all right. All right, and then let's see. I have position being written a million times here, so this is like a to do consolidate all of these, because this is pretty disgusting. All right, cool. Oh, I should reset the health as well. Maybe, I don't know. So we create a host. Let's see if this works at all. Yeah, there we go. The red death thing is not really great, but if you shoot him enough, he dies. Which is kind of funny. Let's make this guy a little smaller and this guy a little bigger. I just use Blender right now for the map. So I don't really have any nice tooling for the 3D levels or anything. I can change the map. And the map isn't like a server setting, so I have to like change it for everybody. Oops. Here's another map with some red lighting. I didn't realize the player was lit. That's kind of fun. Yeah, I programmed the collisions too. The collisions are kind of broken actually. It's not perfect. There's like a glitch where if you trying to find a good example, like here, I can like get myself stuck in corners. Like I like kind of freeze in the air, if you can see. Ambient occlusion when. See, I can. One of the things is my hit detection doesn't detect against walls, so I can like fire through the wall and hit them. So I need to fix that. It would look sick, yeah, with SSAO. And different guns as well. Yeah, because I wasn't testing against walls, or I'm not testing walls yet with the player hit scan thing. It'd be cool if I could like add like bots, so you have some bots that run around. But then I need like pathfinding. Right now the RPG is a machine gun. All right, let's I need to fix this red screen issue. I thought this would work. I'm really not sure what's wrong with this line. Am I saying a weird blend mode? What is this value? Let me just print this out. Yeah, I really should use a blood texture. That would make more sense. All right, so someone just send me SSAO that he made for his engine. Hold up, maybe I'll do SSAO as a little side quest here. That could be fun. Just a second. Oops, I didn't mean to. Oh damn, I have to restart this. I'm gonna take a small break in a second though, because I need to use the bathroom again. And I want to eat a sandwich. But then we're gonna keep working. So connect, connect, connect. Let's see. What's the difference between HBAO? Okay, so it's 0. So if I shoot this guy, 25. Oh, I guess this does make sense. Maybe I should just like pow this or something. All right, we'll see if I can get this. One of my friends sent a shader. Andrew, if you're in or Orange, if you're in the chat. Sorry, I don't want to dox you. Sent me a shader with ambient occlusion, so I'm gonna see if I can get that implemented. I haven't looked at it yet though. Yeah, that's a bit better. You go fully red. It'd be cool if the red creeps in from the side of the screen though. All right, I'll be back in a second. So, hold tight. Here, I'll get the other game going just so you can look at the pretty menu. Here we go. You guys can enjoy the menu. I'll be back in like a minute or two. All right, I'm back. I have a sandwich, so I'm gonna mute myself for a second. All right. So this is what I want to implement. The main problem though is that this is a this is a deferred effect, and I don't have a normal texture yet, or a depth buffer, because my engine uses forward rendering currently, so I don't have this implemented yet. So that might be hard, because this is sampling from the sorry, make sure I don't have food on my mouth. Sampling from a normal depth texture and a normal map. And yeah, I guess I could set one up. I have everything I need to set one up, I guess. Are these normals? I guess what space are these normals in? Does it matter? Because sometimes you have a normal map in like camera space, and sometimes you have it in world space. So let's see. View space, normal, view normal. Okay. View space. Okay. Let's see. Maybe I can set this up quickly. We'll see. All right. And then I assume that this output, the blur, is just like a color value. Like, what is its output? AO, center depth. So the first two are the ambient occlusion values. I can just change this. Let me just convert these shaders to actually be my shader language first. So we'll have a new shader. So shader SSAO. Or I guess it's not SSAO. HBAO. So let's just copy the Vertex shader. Is this, and we put that here. So let's see, position, it's just MVP times position. So I actually really don't need this. Don't need color. Oops, I didn't mean to edit everybody. Oh no, what'd I do? Here, let me just run this. Make sure it still compiles. Oops, wrong game. Okay. Oops. Let's get the SSAO in here. Let's speed run a deferred renderer with SSAO. Okay, so we have a Vertex SSAO. Well, I guess we can keep the built-in Vertex. This is fine. So we don't need color. We don't need color. We don't sample a color, I believe, in the Vertex, but we do in the... I guess we do take a color. Do we use the color? So let's copy the main function. And then everywhere we use vec3. Change this to float3. Everywhere we use vec2. Change this to float2. Where we use vec4. Change this to float4. And then we need those constants. And then so we have a depth texture and a normal texture. So this will be texture depth, takes in a float. And then this will be a texture, I guess, normal map. Let's call it texture normal. So we sample the depth texture, sample the normal texture. We have a noise texture as well, so we need a noise texture. We need uniforms as well. So we have screen dimensions. Pass that to the fragment shader. What is near far? Where does that come from? Is that a uniform as well? That's uniform. What are my uniforms? Let me just look at this. Flip 2, matrix, flip 4x4 rather. And then flip 2, flip 2. Okay. This will be sick if I could just get this to work, like, immediately. Oh, inverse aspect ratio is a float. Float. What is ST? Is that XY? UVST. Is that YZ? Or ZW rather? Well, this offset text. This is just XY. Okay. I don't support that swizzle type in my shader language. Okay, let's see. I need the helper functions as well. So we need these. Just pass the uniforms to this guy. This is going to be a nightmare if this doesn't work on the first shot. Okay, let's just... Sorry, I'm just making it my style here. Okay, unproject. This doesn't oh wait, no, this is fine. So we pass it in.uv and the uniforms. It actually uses the C++ syntax language server. So my language is like fully compliant grammatically with C++. So it just knows how things should be highlighted, which is pretty convenient actually. All right, that's all of that. Sample. I'm gonna use the originals, even though it's slower, because I don't have this function. Yeah. Well, it shouldn't be too bad. I just need to actually like set it up. Okay, so that shader should be translated correctly. So if we build this, hopefully we don't get shader compile errors. All right, that one's done. So then we just need the blur shader. So we have SSAO blur, which is this one. So let's copy this into this guy. And do the same thing, texture 2D sample. We need to take in a texture SSAO. Wait. Just making sure I'm replacing the right textures here. Okay, wow, we sample this thing a lot. Okay, Weights. Oh, this is another thing I need to do in my shader. So my shader language doesn't support yet array initialization. So I have to like manually do this, which is kind of stupid. But that's fine. How many of them are there? 5? 58. I really need to add this syntax to my language. It's just annoying to parse this. It complicates the initialization parsing. So I haven't done it yet. That's where my defines. It doesn't like this. What is... Texture sample 2D, my bad. Yeah, the Quake inverse square root. That'll be fun. Okay, uniforms. All right, we're getting close. We still have to do a lot of stuff to get this to work, though. Okay. So let's build this. Does this compile? This does. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so we have the two shaders we need. Now we need to actually do, he's gotten bored. Now we need a shader for the forward rendering pass. We need like a shader generate gbuffer. So this one should be fun because we have multiple outputs now. So we have texture 2D. Wait, no, we have multiple fragment outputs. So we also have a normal. So this is the second target. Still a color. How critical? The normals are pretty critical to this, aren't they? It's a pain in the ass. All right. What do I do? That's a good question. So out.color is color. Oh, I guess I don't need the textures necessarily, because I'm not actually doing a deferred renderer yet. But we can do so out.normal is equal to float for. I guess in the lighting shader, I already calculate my normal in. The annoying thing is I calculate my normal in view space or in world space, so I need to do the view space normals, which is pain, but I can do it. SSAO gbuffer. So we have this. We just need to steal like the TBN matrix from deferred VS. Actually, yeah, this will come in handy. I am locked in, yeah. It's because I do want to work on the gameplay stuff, but the SSAO sounds like a fun little side project. So I just need to copy all of this basically. So I'm just gonna copy. I know I'm calling this a forward renderer. My Vertex format is called Vertex forward, but then I'm using. Why is this mad about this? Out. Expected value. I think that's just a lie. Okay. I don't have a way to donate. I didn't start the streams expecting money, so I just haven't thought about that at all. So if you want to donate, you can donate to, you can pass it forward. All right, so let's see. Color. Sorry, sent me. I just need the this shader, so the deferred vertex shader. Open in VS Code, and then we have. So you can calculate the normal in the vertex shader. That's convenient. So normal is view space position. Are these normals? Are these like the... I don't need the normal map for this, do I? Yeah, that'd actually be a good idea, because then I could have some nice models. That could be fun. I'll think about that. I'll think about that. Maybe in a future stream I'll set something up. It'll be like money to go towards the project. That could be cool, because then I don't feel so bad about it. I feel awkward if people are like sending me money for myself. All right, let me look at this. Do I need... This is like a really intense... This is an intense deferred shader. Oh wait, no. This isn't that intense. Fragment shader. So what does this do? It'll mix the normal map. Alright, so we just need all of this stuff basically. So we take the projection, model matrix, the normal matrix. What's the normal matrix? Is that the TBN? You just have to start small and work your way up is like the best advice I can give you. So like start with a small project of manageable scope, and then the cool thing is you can just keep adding. It did make me thirsty. The cool thing is you can just keep adding to it as you go. All right, let's think about this. I'm gonna not try to transform this shader because this one's kind of confusing. Well, it's not that confusing. So you get the view position, the world matrix times the normal, because we just want to shift. Yeah, you want to shift the normal by the world translation. And that's your view normal. View. Oh, this is your view times the world. Okay, yeah. So I will do this. So we'll have a float 4.4. I wrote this 10 years ago. So matrix view, I'll call it world view. So then this is equal to the mul of pipeline.matrix model. I think it's that order. So then float 4. I'm gonna say position view or position normal view. So that's mul of this guy. Here, I can make the text bigger. Sorry, guys. And take a vec4. So it's basically doing what this guy's doing. Positions have a W of 1 because they want translation. Normals have 0 because they are directions. All right, and then that's out dot. I need to split screen this. Okay, so out.position is equal to the mul of pipeline.matrix perspective times position view out dot I'm not sure why my normals would not be normalize array. So I'm going to ignore that part. This is the part that I don't think I need to do. Then color out dot. I don't send color through this, do I? Do I need color? I don't think I do. Out.uv is equal to in.uv. So it's just these ones I care about. So out.view position equals this guy. Out.view normal is equal to that guy. I don't know if I need my TBN matrix yet. And I lost that. So I guess in.normal, in.tangent need to be my view space normal and my view space tangent then, right? Because I've transformed them. So it should be this. And I also need to transform my... I'm going to send this as just matrix MVP. And then I can just do this directly here. Oops. Just want to reorganize how I'm doing this. Yeah, sorry I'm locked in, guys. All right, so we have no viable from normal view. So this could be X, Y, Z. So we also need to do, here, we'll just do view position like it was before, view normal. We also have to have a view tangent because we need our TBN matrix. Okay. Right now I'm working on a first-person shooter game with sort of like a retro low polygon style. All right, so what do I do with this? I'm just going to get the shader to compile first, and then... Okay, so color is not a member of this. So what did I do? I thought I did this, but I must have overwritten it on accident. And in color is not a thing, so I can delete that. All right, so this is the game I'm working on currently, in case anyone joined and they're like, what the hell are you working on? It's a little first-person shooter game. It's actually multiplayer, so let me demonstrate the multiplayer. I was just working on some of the multiplayer gameplay code. So I can connect a client, I can connect another client. Now they don't want to snap for some reason. So here we go. It's like a little multiplayer first-person shooter thing. It's still pretty basic. But I'm adding ambient occlusion to this, is the goal. But we're gonna see how this works out. So yeah, first thing I need to do is I need to render the scene. Well, I guess not the first thing. What I need to do is I need to render the scene to this frame buffer. So out.normal is equal to in dot, basically equal to this, I believe. So in dot matrix tbn matrix normal. What is this? Oh, it's material normal, so I need to grab that. Man, this is a pain. So I need the normal map. I need the specular map probably. This would be a good excuse to actually just implement the PBR pipeline. So we need to load these. It's basically like Call of Duty, to be honest. All right, let's render these into frame buffers now, so we can actually see what this does. Because I don't know if this works yet. So let's just add some frame buffers up here. So already I had some render targets, I think. Here we go. Actually, I'll put the render targets here. So like RT deferred color, RT deferred normal, and we'll delete that. So we'll have the render targets here. We'll initialize them down here. And when we draw, we need to validate that they exist. We'll also need one for the normal map, or the ambient occlusion output, I think. Sorry, I can't think. Okay, so basically we just want to render into this guy. We'll generate our G buffer here. Where'd the music go? I need my music. They shoot tomatoes. Yep. All right, so RT, deferred color, goes in this one. Deferred normal map goes in the second slot. And then that goes there. We will draw with the generate gbuffer shader. And we don't need to set the matrices, I don't think. Let me see. Yeah, I think this should just work. We do need to set the projection matrix though. Okay. Yeah, it's using the same thing. Okay, so if we just look, we should have a pass in here that generates, well, we have a G buffer. We have a diffuse texture, and then we have a normal map, but this looks pretty wrong to me. So something isn't right, unfortunately. Let's draw these onto the screen though, so we can actually see them. This shader that I'm porting expects it to be in view space, unfortunately. So that makes it complicated. The thing is, I don't know what it's supposed to look like, so like it could be the case that this is actually fine. It doesn't look right to me though. Well, it doesn't look completely wrong either, I guess. I think I'm not normalizing it before I write. Let me make sure I'm doing that. This certainly needs to be, what is it, times 0.5 plus 0.5. Yeah, I only... yeah, yeah, it's fun times. Is there an example of what like view space normals should look like? Like I just don't know if this is right, you know? Like I don't have an intuition for what world space normals look like when you move the camera around. Like should pink always be to the left? Is that how that works? Like you see how it's like pink to the left? Because it almost looks right to me. It's just hard to tell. I don't know. I guess we can just roll with it and see what happens. I don't know. Maybe if it looks bad, I guess it's wrong, right? Because, like, I am getting the same color. Like, when I rotate the view around, I see, like, pink to the left, orange to the right, right? I also... It looks kind of wrong, though, because the... I'm seeing, like, colors I wouldn't expect to see. Okay, let me see. Give me an example. Oh, yeah, this doesn't look right to me. So this is what it should look like. Here, let me open this without doxing chat. How do I open this in a new tab? So this is what it should look like, I guess. Is kind of blue top left, dark blue bottom left, pink bottom right. And that's not what I see. Let me turn off my normal maps. Well, these are these are my world space normals that we're looking at now. How do you develop with it? Yeah, exactly. Use the thing on your shoulders, your head. Okay, so, and then if I do my view normals, or my in dot... Oh, I didn't even pass these in. Oh, that could be what's going on too, actually. I wasn't even using my view normals. So here's my view normal. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, that's correct. Because look, well, it's hard to tell because it's like a low polygon mesh. But if we just look at the colors, see, this is what we're looking at. We're looking for the colors here. If we pull up that image again, this one, you see how it's like We're getting that bright blue, kind of almost greenish color up here. Then we get darker blue down to the left, pink down to the right, and then we get that yellow down to the, I guess, top right. And as I move around, that stays true, right? I think. Well, actually, maybe it doesn't stay true. It's hard to tell. I think it's right, though. I just use AI. He's lying. I'm talking to someone on Discord. I'm talking to Andrew in the chat here on Discord on my right screen, so I'm not using AI. If I used AI, I could figure this out pretty quickly. All right, so what's wrong then? My normal maps? Or my projection is wrong then. So this wasn't right. My matrix TBN. So I got my tangent. So I get this from the view normal though. The view tangent, in.tangent. Tangent. Is the TBN matrix, is this in view space or world space? Yeah, it's because the normals on the model are broken. So like, this mesh has inverted normals. Because this, when we made these maps, however many years ago we did this. Oh, actually that looks kind of right now. Wait, what happened? Doesn't this look right now? Am I tripping? What'd I do? I didn't even do anything. This looks correct to me now. Look at this. Look at the donut. You got the blue up here. Well, maybe not. Let's look at a texture. It's because like, oh no, that doesn't look very right, does it? Oh no. Some of my normals are broken though on this geometry. So this is why I shouldn't be using this mesh. Because if I load this up in Blender, you can see that the normals are like facing the wrong direction. Well, that's flipped. Some of these are flipped. I don't know. I'm just gonna combine these and see what happens. We'll get some effect, right? Okay, so how do we actually apply this? So what does this thing expect? I need to fill out a bunch of parameters for this. So it wants the screen dimensions. Am I using this one? I think I left that on accident. Let me reorder these a little bit. We'll do the frustum first, and then we'll have them. Okay, so we rendered this thing first. And this outputs to a texture, which includes depth as one of its components. And then we render the blur pass, and then this gives us a weight. So what I'm going to do is I don't care about the depth after the blur pass. So we're just going to output the AO directly as like an intensity value. And then we'll see what that looks like. I guess the assumption is that you call the pass multiple times maybe. So maybe that's what you're supposed to do. I won't change it. I won't change it before it's working. Okay, let's, what's pixel check? What is U pixel check? All right, let's see. So in the scene, ignore blur for now. Okay. Yeah, because I guess the blur just kind of, let's just render this as one pass SSAO and see what happens. Okay, so we do our G buffer, and then the next pass we'll do an SSAO pass. Sorry, I can make this bigger. So this shader takes depth, normal, noise. Oh my goodness. I don't know what the line count is. Probably pretty high. Okay, so we have depth, normal, noise. So target 0 is, well, this is just the RTSSAO. And we begin the pass, and we actually have to render a full screen quad, I guess. Yeah, SSAO is not easy, actually. Is this the MVP matrix or the projection matrix? I don't know, I guess we'll find out. What is frustum corner? Why do I need the frustum? What is this? What do I use this for? Unproject. What frustum? Are we unprojecting? I don't understand what this is. Why aren't I using the screen size? So we're taking the depth value, we multiply it by this float 3, so we get an x and a y and a z that's scaled by depth. What the hell is frustum corner? I don't know what that is. What do you mean by frustum here? Like the view frustum? What is the corner? Is a float 2? Doesn't make any sense. A frustum's like a 6-sided shape. It has 8 corners. You don't just have 2 of them. What? Okay, I can do near far. This is easy. Or is U inverse aspect ratio is a float? I don't even store the aspect ratio on the camera. Probably should. I grabbed the wrong camera. What's happening? The top left of the view frustum. So it's a it's a vector. All right. Sorry, I'm talking to Discord, not AI, guys. I promise. Orange is in chat in Discord because this is his shader. I'm implementing his shader. So we have a float v3 is this. This seems like really flaky code, to be honest. It's like, what is this? Mul project. So I'm multiplying by the inverse matrix. Is projection, is this just the projection? This isn't the MVP, right? I assume this is just the projection inverse. So we're just doing the inverse. So, so it's this. Oops, I should keep that as a temp, probably. Yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. So then... this is just that. This is some crazy stuff, gotta be honest. I already know this isn't gonna work because like OpenGL and DirectX have a different top left and bottom. And I would be shocked if my renderer is actually taking that into account right now. But we'll see what happens. All right, I think that's everything. Just need to end the render pass. Maybe we want to do a GFX clear color in here as well. All right, let's see what this thing does. I would be shocked if this does anything that looks reasonable. I see absolutely nothing happening. I don't think I was binding the textures though, so that makes sense. I missed a step here. I don't see a single thing happening. Nothing's happening. All right. To give this the best shot of working, let's switch to OpenGL because these look like OpenGL shaders to me. Yeah. Here, let's draw this. Okay, let me just think for a second. Did I miss anything? Is this quad drawing? I guess. First, let's just see if we're drawing anything. That's always step one. So if this works, we'll see red in that bottom texture. Okay, we're not seeing anything, so that's a good hint that something is not working at all. Is there any discards in here? No, okay, so we're just not drawing anything. Interesting. So what's the problem? I use OpenGL, DirectX 11, and Metal, depending on the back end. Let's see. I guess I don't need depth testing. Depth test should be none. All right, we see red. Okay, that's good sign. Good sign. I don't see anything. Should really have seen something. Damn it. Well, actually, something happened. Look, I see something. Look, there's some yellow there. Ooh, look at that. There's a hope of something happening. See that? I don't think I'm actually a genius. You don't need to glaze me up too much. Alright, so there's something happening here. Now the question is, what do I do about it? So I'm looking down at the bottom left, because that's like where the SSAO should be calculating itself. So what could be wrong, I guess, is the question of the hour. What does DirectX look like? Could be a few things. It's yellow because this isn't rendering it yet. This is like a buffer that contains SSAO colors. How am I seeing the, I'm like seeing the color of the texture make it through the SSAO. That shouldn't be happening. What? Maybe I'm passing it the wrong textures. Here, let me take a screen capture. Let me take a graphics capture. Let's just get close to a wall where we actually see stuff. Just full screen it. See, like I'm seeing the pattern. It's probably hard to see in the live stream, but I'm seeing the pattern of the texture appear within that buffer down here. It's probably impossible to see with the compression, but like this pixel is visible here. And that's not expected. I wouldn't expect to see that. So we passed in the depth buffer, which looks right. Then we passed in the color texture. And then the normal map. Did I just mess up which ones get bound? SSAO takes what? Oh, it's taking the normal in step 2. I didn't pass in a noise texture either. Alright, so actually we might not be screwed yet. This part is wrong, so I need to have this here. And I forgot there was a noise texture I need to generate as well. I'm just gonna pass it the color texture as my noise texture for now, because that should like basically work as noise. Yeah, we might not be screwed. All right, so we're still a little cooked. We are cooked. We are so cooked. All right, so I need that noise texture next. I could also be unprojecting my view position incorrectly as well. Yeah, I did see. Yeah, he sent me the noise code. All right, let's generate our noise texture. So I've got some more code here for the noise texture. So it's a 4x4 texture. We hate Jared. No, it's a pixel shader. One of my friends sent me this shader he wrote like a while ago, and I'm trying to port it into the game. I've took a bit of a tangent because I was working on Netcode, and then I got distracted with this. I'm kind of regretting it because this is a pain in the ass. This really killed my flow. I got to be honest, Andrew. Killed my flow. But let's see what we can do. All right, so we need a texture. Texture, texture noise, SSAO noise. It's actually not. It's not. I can prove it. I can prove it. Check this out. I'm gonna dox the chat a little bit. See this? No chat GPT happening here. No chat GPT happening. Doxed. All right. Let's generate this noise texture. Backseat programming. All right, so we have a color buffer, color array. my gosh. Const expr. Okay, cool. Shut up. Like, what is this code even? So is this just an RGB value? So it's like really just literally just a red, green, blue texture. Wait, what is going on down here? Alright. It's quite literally just adding color. So this is our noise. You know, what do I even need an X and a Y for? It's not even used. I. Okay, texture noise dot init 2D. We give it our noise data, and it's noise size, GFX color format. All right, uint. I think it's like just the RuneScape music, old school RuneScape. Okay, so this should generate a noise texture, so I can just bind this to the shader wherever I draw it. Here. Noise texture. Let's just make sure this worked. This all looks like... Okay, I think RenderDoc is just drawing it in a weird way, but we have a nice noisy texture here. Yeah, this just doesn't work. Just doesn't work. Good luck finding why it doesn't work. It probably something to do with the depth buffer, right? Look, it's like it works when you're very close. So like I think I need to unproject my depth value maybe. Or like linearize my depth. I think that could be part of the problem. Part of the problem. It's like it wants to work, I think. All right, let's see what we can do. If I had to guess, this is what's messing it up. So what does unproject do again? Is this going into screen space or world space? I don't think this is working. Let's linearize this depth value. Let's just see what happens when I do this. Let's just play with these. Maybe this will do something. Well, that didn't do it. I see yellow now, though. That's at least something. What does this look like on OpenGL? Nothing. Failed to initialize texture. What? What is it mad about? It doesn't like this. Failed to initialize MIP level 0. What? It's like an OpenGL error. What just happened? I think I'm gonna give up on this. There's no way we get this to work. This was not a small little project that I could just do right away. This is like an involved. I need to add it. I needed to add a deferred G buffer. I need to do like depth reprojection. It's like, oh my goodness. And now it's like failing here. Like, what is it mad about? I'm gonna give up. I'm giving up. So it's a reconstruction of that position of the textile in view space. Why the hell is this in view space? View space is so confusing because view space depends on like, if you're an OpenGL, view space is like -z, you know, forward, and in DirectX it's somewhere else. It's like, why the hell do people insist on doing math in view space? It's like the stupidest space to do it in. Do it in world space. It's like, it makes so much more sense when you project things to world space. You already have everything else in world space. Why would you not project into world space? I hate when people do view space lighting. It just makes no sense. You literally gain nothing from it. You don't gain a single thing from it. Especially because you can already bake like an MVP matrix into a single matrix. So you can't use some bullshit like, oh, you'd have to do fewer multiplications to get to view space. It's like, that's not even true. Literally not true. But now it's like, now I need to think of my view frustum in view space. It's like, oh my god. If you can tell, I'm getting mad. Okay, I'm not gonna fix the OpenGL issue. We're just gonna power through. Oh no, now I broke DirectX. What did I do? I didn't even do anything. Here, maybe I do have something going on. Where is this mad? Scene draw. Render pass begin. What'd I do? Did I forget to end the render pass? Oh, I have a render pass. See, this is probably what's happening. Render pass end. How was that working before? That's crazy. The small side project. It's like impossible to debug this. Like, what's the problem? What should this look like at this stage? I don't even have a working version of this shader. You just sent me like 10-year-old shader code. What does that even mean? View space normals are no different than world space normals. Normals don't have a position, so it shouldn't matter where they are. It's just what direction do they face. At least with world space normals, it's easier to like understand what you're doing. It's like you have a surface in the world and you have a light in the world. It's like I can reason about the direction of a surface of an object in the world, right? I feel passionately about this. That's why every time I write a rendering engine, I do things in world space, because it's just like the more intuitive space to do math in my opinion. And the world space doesn't matter what graphics API you're using, because you don't have to deal with like OpenGL's like Z forward, -Z forward axis or whatever the hell you're doing. Your world space coordinate system is the coordinate system that you define, right? So then your shader program uses a coordinate space that you define. You should see the kind of hacks I had to do in my shader language to deal with the fact that OpenGL and DirectX use a different convention for the depth buffer. because of this problem. It's so annoying. I get really mad. You right now. This is the meme he sent me. This is me right now. I'm this guy. The diamonds are the next block away. Okay, let's see. Let's use our big brain for a second. Let's stop raging. Let's calm down. And let's take a little drink of water. Yummy. All right, so what is this supposed to look like at this stage? I don't even know what this is supposed to look like. Clearly not this. So let's try this version. I'm just trying a few of these first because I had some issues in the past where it's like I have to normalize my depth values. Okay, so this certainly isn't it. So we can ignore this. All right, so then there's the option where depth in DirectX goes from, let's see. I have this other shader where I'm reading depth values. The shadows shader. So I need to read the shadows. And then in HLSL, I have to pass it through directly. And in OpenGL, I have to do this thing. So maybe we need this here. Well, actually, we're in HLSL, so I don't have to worry about that right now. He's trolling. All right. So this should be my view position. I don't understand what unproject is doing. Or like specifically, I don't understand what frustum corner is doing. I'm not convinced that this is also view normal. How is this working? This isn't getting normalized. Like my view normal is stored in an RGB texture, not a floating point texture. So I think I need to do this to it, right? Times 2 minus 1. Does that sound reasonable? So I get it back as like an actual normal. Here, and I'm going to turn in the gbuffer code. I'm going to turn this off to use in-depth view normal so we don't have the textures to worry about. Because then we're just working with solid shapes, which should make it easier. Yeah, see, and the problem is that some of these surfaces have inverted normals because this mesh is broken. So that doesn't help the case. All right, good luck. Good luck. Or you're back. I thought you said you're leaving. It's going all right. I was convinced to begin implementing SSAO. But the render pipeline wasn't ready for this at all. So now it's just like, it's just not working, basically. If I had to guess, it's this depth reprojection thing that's not working. I might use AI for this. We might break the rule. You need a whole deferred gbuffer, basically. And I was sent this shader as if like I had that already, and I don't have that. So I had to like add a gbuffer, and now I need to like unproject from it. I'm not convinced that this is correct. I don't understand frustum corner. I don't really get this one. This is the one I'm confused about. Is there like a way to do this that's not efficient that will just more reliably work? Unproject. The thing is, unproject is going to give me like a crazy value, right? It's like if I'm rendering view position to a color, I mean, I can try it. Out.color. Flip 3, flip 4, view pose 1, return. So like we can just output this and see what it looks like, I guess. I don't know what this should look like though. You know? Like, is this correct? Who knows? I have zero intuition for what this is supposed to look like. Use the inverse view projection. I'm going to use the inverse view projection. ChatGPT just gave me the scripture here, so we're going to stub this in and see what happens. U inverse projection. Let's see what this does. I don't know if that looks any better. All right, let's see. What is this doing actually? So we take in the UV coordinate. We get it to NDC, so -1 to 1, clip space. Z is depth. If samples from the depth buffer, W is 1. We multiply that by the inverse projection matrix to get the view space, and we divide by W, and then we return that. So does this look any better? No, it really doesn't. Yeah, that seems basically what I have here. Minus this depth thing. I did just try to linearize depth. But maybe I can try it again now that I have this other code here. All right, so this is what ChatGPT gives me. I didn't want this to turn into an AI stream, so what is TC? Why is this called TC? Just call this UV. Like, what is this? Okay, uniforms, inverse projection, clip space, and then we get that. So this can't be wrong. Yeah, I think what's happening, what is this mad about? Missing semicolon. Where am I missing a semicolon? Clip Z that depth. Oh, I have F's in here. Yeah, the fact it works, well, it kind of looks like it works up close. So it's like, it is doing something, right? Like, I don't think it should be doing anything up close though. It should be stable. Right? Let me just sanity check that my inverse projection matrix is also correct. Scene. So here we go. Inverse projection. So matrix projection inverse SSAO. Oh, make MVP. Let's get projection. Maybe this was it. What if it was this the whole time and I'm just raging over my own error? Nothing seems to have changed. If anything, it's gotten worse. Uh-oh. Well, that's always a good sign. Here, let's build the inverse of this. Because I know these helper functions work. So we get the perspective matrix, which is the projection. We pass it to that. The screen dimensions, width, height, frost and corner x, y, near, far. Inverse aspect 1 over. All right, so there shouldn't be anything wrong with that. It actually got worse. I find a bug and now it's worse. All right. Let's see. Back to the old chatbot over here. I don't know. I don't really want to spend more time doing this. I want to do gameplay stuff today. I didn't really want to do rendering. All right. Let's see. If I print this out now, what does this look like? I mean, arguably this looks more sane now because at least I'm seeing 4 quadrants around the view that kind of look like something, you know, something reasonable here. It gets larger the closer I get, which means like that makes sense to me if the depth value is like one of these components here. And I do see some sort of perspective. Well, it's hard to tell. Something funky's happening though, I think. That is correct. Okay, but how come, if this is correct, how come I don't see SSAO? I thought that was the whole point. What happened to my frame rate too? My frame rate's in the trash. And why is it's like skewed? Look at this. There's like a skew to it. Maybe that's just how it is. Maybe it's like perspective adding. Maybe that is right. I can reason about how that makes sense. Yeah, because if you're like have infinite distance. Okay, so I'm just gonna assume that that's correct. Because that looks right to me. So now the question is, what else is wrong here? Because something else is wrong, I believe. Skill issue. I mean, actually, I do see SSAO form on the edges. Wow, this is crazy. I mean, I don't know. Okay, so what else does this thing take as a parameter then? I must be messing something else up. So what's view norm? Yeah, I shouldn't need to do that, but let's see. He sent me, okay, this is just for context of what's happening. It's supposed to look like this. It should just, my output should look like this basically. You should see SSAO around the edges of things. So I'm like, I'm close, but I'm not there. So something else is wrong too. Now it's just a question of figuring out what that is. I could have like messed the shader up for all I know. Project my text XY. What is this? I guess what is aspect ratio as well? Restart Windows. I already have a forward blend Phong shader. It literally works. I can show you it. It's already implemented. Look. Pretty lights. I mean, these materials look like crap, but like, I do have a forward rendering already. No, I don't use the sun. This level doesn't have materials. It's only this one model has materials. So that's why you don't really see it anywhere else. Everywhere else I use it, it's broken. It just uses like garbage materials. All right. I wasn't even working on graphics today. I'm kind of annoyed. I got bamboozled into trying to do this by one of my friends. It was sent me shader code he wrote like 10 years ago over Discord. He's like, add this, it'll be easy. And it turns out it's not easy to just add SSAO because I didn't have a pipeline set up for it yet. No, it wasn't you. It was Orange 451. Damn it. All right, so what else could be wrong? I think what I have is right now. So what else could be the issue? I don't know. Here, I'm gonna break my rule. This is going into ChatGPT, guys. Clip this. I didn't write this code, so you know I feel fine doing it. Here, let me send the full context so ChatGPT knows what's happening. ChatGPT will one-shot snipe this bug, and we'll move on to good things. Because I wanted to do gameplay today. I was adding gameplay. Your Y flip is wrong. Is possibly wrong, it says. Okay, so what do we say? Alright, so this is what we've got here. I can't believe I just put ChatGPT up on the stream here. Someone's gonna join and gonna think I'm a vibe coder, but that's okay. My Y flip is possibly wrong. You should not flip Y. All right, let's see. So we don't want to flip Y. Vibe coder detected. All right, so it still doesn't look right. Still doesn't look right. Whoa, my FPS is horrible. Look at this. What just happened? You guys see that? What just happened? All right, your offset scaling uses non-linear depth. Okay, here we go. We're gonna go through this one by one. So depth here is non-linear hardware depth. You are treating it like linear view space depth. That will distort your sampling radius severely at distance. So I need to do this instead. Come on, ChatGPT, we got this. Offset scale, where was that? We'll comment this out. This is ChatGPT here. If AI fixes this for me, then I'm officially cooked. All right. Dot product is invalid. This is outright broken. Tangent angle and horizon angle are floats. Dot expects vectors. This line does not make mathematical sense. It should be something like I don't care about optimizations. Let's see. I don't think any of these issues would actually cause me problems. Is this true about the dot product? Normal check 1 minus clamp dot tangent angle horizon angle. Does that make sense? Just ask AI to make it from chat. I don't know, man. It's not working. All right. Okay, we'll ask ChatGPT. Okay, can you rewrite? Can you rewrite my SSAO shader from scratch using the uniforms that I have given you, and write the output to the texture? Sure. All right. It actually does a good job, I think, with my language, because my language is basically HLSL. So it actually does an all right job parsing it. It's doing some explicit unrolling though, so we'll have to fix this, because my language does not support that as a concept. Oh yeah, it also likes to do if statements without brackets. I can't believe I'm vibe coding SSAO right now. This is actually embarrassing. I mean, to be honest, whatever AI just gave me, it's broken as hell, right? It's still like busted. But it actually looks better than whatever I had before. It's broken as hell though, so we have to fix this. But like, look, it's detecting the edges, but it's also detecting... It thinks my near plane is like halfway through the frustum. So it's not fully correct. Okay. All right, let's big brain this. So I think it's messing up. Where is it messing up? Depth, reconstruct, depth. No, that's not working. All right. What do I tell GPT to fix this? Here, we'll give this. All right, so, okay. This is close, but it seems like there is a line halfway from my camera. Broken depth, maybe? Question mark? You are reconstructing correctly. All right, fix. Okay, just give me the full fixed shader, please. I'm sorry I'm putting you guys through this. All right, here we go. ChatGPT coming in clutch. Vibe coded with my own shader language. Look at this. What if it just one-shots this on the second try? That would be insane. Classic AI in a nutshell. All right, so we have to fix a few of these things because it doesn't like... My language doesn't support if statements without brackets or braces. So we need to fix that. Frustum corner. What the hell is frustum corner? Oh, it deleted this. That's right. Now it just doesn't work at all. Oh no. Well, actually, it wants to work. It wants to work. It's not working too well. See, this is the thing. They say you're going to take our jobs, and it like... Yeah, I'm going to take a break from SSAO. At least I have a G buffer now, so that's at least kind of convenient because I can maybe do deferred rendering at another point in time. But I'm definitely wasting my time right now trying to figure this out. So this is an objective waste of my time. So I'm gonna go back to doing gameplay stuff for now, because I was in the middle of making doing the shooting mechanics. So let's just turn these off. Here, we'll have a define if SSAO experiment. We can get this guy out of here. Close him. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could make the argument that maybe it doesn't understand my shader language. And SSAO is pretty complicated, so like maybe you should give it a chance. But come on. All right. I'm just gonna put these around a macro so I don't have any of this stuff bloating up my runtime. Okay, cool. Now we can get back to doing multiplayer code. Yeah. Like, AI is good. You know, it's impressive that it could even, like, generate code that kind of complied to the language of my shaders. Not that my shader language is, like, too complicated, but it's, like, neat that it can even do it at all. But it's just not very practical yet. But yeah, I was working on gameplay. So let's do gameplay. So we want some sound effects. We need some nice sound effects. Yeah, the compile times are great in this engine. It's one of the main things I've focused on. We need a good Hitmarker sound effect. Should we just grab the Call of Duty Hitmarker sound? Am I gonna get malware downloading this? I don't know how loud that is for you guys. All right, so let's get let's get the sound asset in here. This is such a funny sound effect. We need to open Audacity. Just need to make sure this thing's in the right format for the engine. Oh my god, skip. Okay. Sounds. All right, so export as wavefront 44. Okay, so this thing was already in the right sound, right format. Yeah, it is. I have a custom Windows install. Well, not custom. It's a I don't know, questionably legal Windows install that doesn't come with a lot of the bloat that Windows 11 typically comes with. It's called Windows LTSC, I think. Yeah, LTSC. And you can Google it, and there are places where you can download it and install it. But I'm using that because it's like the corporate Windows version that you like install on like ATM machines, like and stuff like that. You know, like medical equipment, stuff you don't want. Like, yeah, it's like stuff that you don't want just like breaking with a Windows update. They have this version, but they kind of hide it, so it's hard to find. Okay, so Hitmarker sound. We want the Hitmarker sound to play when we fire the gun and we hit the. So we just do audio, sound effects, sound, Hitmarker, based LTSC enjoyer. Yeah, exactly. Oops. Okay, so, oops. Yeah. You tell me I don't want advertisements in Windows Explorer? What? You can't hear the sound effect at all. Okay, that sound effect sounds horrible. I need to turn the gun sound off just to like get a proper hear of it. Yeah. It sounds like it's like clipping though. Doesn't sound right at all, actually. Okay. Yeah, it's like you go to search and you look for a program you have installed on your system, and then you end up doing a web search. Okay, so actually we need a second audio listener here. So we want like a, I guess a UI sound effect, or like an effects. I don't know. I'm gonna call it a UI context for sound. We have to make sure we free this. So this should be a separate audio channel, essentially. So it won't have any weird distortion on this one. Thanks. Yeah, the audio system is it was pretty difficult to get that working. Oops, forgot to define this guy. Nice. I'm glad to hear that it worked for you, the compile as well. Because I tried to make it as easy as possible to just clone the repository and actually build. But it's always hard to say because, like, I don't know, I just have everything I need on my computer. It's because I don't use like the RAII memory allocation scheme. Yeah, I think it should work if you aren't in a PowerShell, but if it doesn't, then I might need to fix that because it didn't work for a while. All right, I think this sound effect is just broken actually. Let me find a better Hitmarker sound effect. I know it's like such a random sound to find, Hitmarker. Yeah. Hitmarker. Meme sound effect. Can I just download this? Okay, yeah, here we go. This is an MP3, so we need to convert this. This one sounds like it might be a bit better. See. Yeah, this one's not clipping, so this one should sound better. Let's actually have some trailing sound to it. Even though it's a bit unintuitive that we would want that. Use a honk from Quake. But yeah, compile times. I hate waiting for things to compile, so I've put some effort. This sounds horrible. What is happening? Is my audio system broken? Or is it just the sound is like broken? Let me play it without any random effects applied. I need to just have a server running in the background. I keep launching the server. No, I don't think I need the vibe code. I think it's just like the sound is like being, well, I don't know. Can Can you guys hear that? It's like not the same sound. Let me find a sound that's actually a bit longer. Let me steal some sounds from the other game. I just want to make sure it's not like an audio system problem. Here, we'll just grab the, we'll steal this sound. And we'll play this one. The gunshot sound worked fine, so I'm not really sure why this one doesn't. Things are not working well today. Okay, here's my Hitmarker sound. It's falling onto dirt. Yeah, it's a funny joke. Hello world. Yep, because it's a world, right? All right, let's just make this sound a little punchier. Maybe we'll just edit the existing sound. I'll make my own Hitmarker. Why not? Manta projects, GA1 assets, sounds. This will be my Hitmarker sound. I might be able to do that. It's a bit tricky though, because I would need to like coordinate with each instance of the window which one it is and like where it should go. So I can't easily set that up right now. All right, so let's like just increase the pitch or change the speed. Oh my gosh. Track. So we want this to be a little, we want it to be faster. No. We want to reduce the pitch. So we want the pitch to go down. No, that's too fast. Now we're getting somewhere. We want to bring the pitch back down. But we want to bump up the volume. Amplify. Oh, is there a preview? Yeah, here I am like clicking around. Oh, there is. This sounds pretty retro to me. All right. Okay. Save. Let's hear this. Oh, it didn't detect that the sound changed. Something is not right with my asset pipeline. That clipping. Well, old retro games. Yeah, so right now it's like an integrated server basically, which is why I keep spawning a server and dragging it over. Because I was thinking I was having like a... I don't really know what I want to do yet, to be honest. but oh, this didn't even update. What is happening? Did this not save? Sorry, 1 second. Oh, I was saving this to the wrong file. I'm wondering where my Hitmarker's not working. I was saving it to the wrong project. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Let's try this. Export. Export. All right, let's rebuild. Close. But yeah, I don't have a standalone server yet. I probably want one though. It sounds so dumb. All right, let's use the correct Hitmarker sound. So I accidentally put that sound in this project. So let's just copy that over. Oh no, what's going on? Game's still running. Yeah, I should do the dedicated server thing. I'm sick of like spawning a new window every single time I do this. So let me do that in a second. Maybe what you want is you want a sound that plays when you actually. So you have the Hitmarker sound, then you have the sound that plays when you actually kill the other guy. So this is the Hitmarker sound, and then we also want a sound that plays when he dies. Maybe we'll set this to be a little louder as well. Set it to like this value. Okay, so we need... I don't really have a code reflection system. I do for certain systems, so it's like very system dependent. So I have like kind of a poor man's reflection for the shader language in the graphics system. And for the entity system, I have kind of some poor man's reflection code for that as well. But I don't have reflection everywhere. It's just like, I have it where I need it. Yeah, it's good system. All right, so we want a confirmation that we send to the person who fired the killing shot, you know? So what we'll do is, how will we detect this actually? So in the player health, okay, so what we'll do, it's just nice knowing more information about like types and structures of data. Yeah, learn OpenGL is good. Good place to learn stuff. Definitely. Okay, so I had this update thing here. I want to abstract this to or oops, just void. It's like server. It will take in a handle. So I just want to move this out to its own function for a second, because I want to call this immediately after player health maybe. And then this guy will be responsible for if we died. Yeah. Okay, so if we have so we need to have a network connection handle, which is like last damage source. I don't know, something like this will just be set to this guy. So it's like the last person that's damaged us. We'll update this. So when we remove health for this guy, we'll just set it to the player that actually did the damage. Right. And then if we've died in this round, maybe we would have a timer so we can like associate a player kill with a person that actually performed the kill. Then we can use that. So send kill confirmation. So we'll need a new packet for this, but we will send this buffer network connection handle. So this is the person that we killed, and then we send this to we send this to basically, if assuming that we have, if assuming this is a valid thing. And we'll send that to this guy. And then the client will just listen for that message. And then if we receive it, we'll do something with it. So client will receive the TCP packet containing player kill confirmation. So here we'll just play the sound. It's two windows, same executable. All right, so this sound should play, and we'll also play the red hit marker. So weapon. Monster kill. Yeah, I need the fun sound effects. That'll be fun. All right, so, and then I can stop randomizing the pack. So this guy will always be white when we when we do damage. All right, we'll see if this works on the first try. There we go. So we get the red hit marker. It certainly should be, yes. Because you wouldn't even hear this at all with the gunshot sound effects. This is when you do the no scope off the building. Ah. See, it's actually hard to aim when you have the little reticle that kind of sways around. It's like, there we go. Mom, get a camera. Oh my God. 360 no scope. All right. This game is the epitome of the meme. We have Call of Duty at home. All right, I can stop printing this. Here, let me do a Hitmarker scale part of this as well. Just static float Hitmarker scale is equal to 1. So that way we can scale this thing as well. So we can make the final kill bigger. And then, so we'll have this at like 3. We'll have this at 2. It'll be 2x scale. So it'll be pretty small actually on the stream here. Where do I draw this? Here. So we have the scale, and then in the client, we just need to make this like 4. And then I was gonna turn the gun sound back on. Might make the gun a bit quieter though, it's pretty loud still. I just worked on like rendering stuff. So like the graphic systems and like the asset streaming and kind of like the less interesting parts of the game engine really. That's nicer, yeah. Here, I also had the sniper scope. So I did work on this stuff a little bit at one point. So I have some temporary rendering for, let's see. Maybe I don't have this in here anymore. Is it this? This is going to look crazy for a second. Just bear with me. So this is what the sniper scope is going to look like. Obviously, the rest of the screen has to go black. So I need to add this still. But I want to get this working as well. You can see how crazy it looks though when things aren't rendering correctly. So I want to get the sniper to work. But I'll turn this off for now. Do I plan on releasing the game? It's what I plan to do is I'm gonna have the game as like one of the repository example projects. So when you clone the repository on GitHub, it'll just be one of the projects that you can compile and run. Because I have like the globe. There's a globe project on there. But it's not very. It's not really a game, right? It's just like it's like a tech demo. So I want to turn this into like a little game. I still have a bit more work to do before it's actually at that point, but it'd just be fun to have like a little Call of Duty Counter-Strike clone. Add headshots. I do need headshots. Yeah, I can add them. I play like a ding sound if you get a headshot. Yeah, I could do that. That could be fun. I need to make the recoil a bit less intense. Do the Windows auto compositing. Ah. Let's go to some of the other maps. I have other maps in here too, like this one. Here we go. Is there an option to like make it do it automatically? Look at this crazy lighting that's happening. Maybe headshots, the Hitmarker would go yellow. That could be fun too. So you get like a little bit of notification that you got a headshot. Oops. I need to add blood. Blood particles. Yeah. Let's see, actually. Let me see if I can do this easily. It would be good to know based on... sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to figure out where my main function is. Here it is. So do I have in my engine, I forget if I have a window set position. I don't have a window set position function. The popping sound. Let me just add this Windows position, set position function. And then we'll play with this. Because that would be convenient to have. So that should do that. And I need to stub this in on the other Windows backends really quickly. I'm surprised I didn't implement this function yet. It's kind of crazy. Figured I would have done that. I'm a monster. Yeah. Set frame is recenter. I have a typo in this function. Recenter. So this can just be X, Y. Okay. I don't think I use this anywhere. Okay. Oh, I did have a... Oh, wait, no. I just copied that. I'm like, what? What happened? And then we also need to make sure we have a set position. Or set size. I don't have a set size in here. Interesting. Okay, I'll deal with that later. Uh-oh. So this should move the window to the top left if this worked correctly. Yeah, here we go. So now they're way up here. So then what I want to do is I want to read the argc, argv values. So let me just first print what is arg. Did that print anything? So the first argument is the executable, of course. And the second argument is what? Do I pass a second argument? Oops, I didn't. Increment. I'm going to pass in an argument to the window, which basically tells it which instance of the window it is. And then from that, I don't know why I'm telling it what project it is. Do I parse these at the engine level? I don't remember. It's been a while since I've looked at this code. Engine init. argc, argv. So I really send this for no reason, it looks like. Engine. Or maybe I do use it. Yeah. Let me just print out what I send. I just forget what I send the executable by default. I could check in the build tool, I guess. Oops. I think I just send it all the build arguments. Oh, what happened? Oh, I tried to print a string as a integer. Yeah, so I do pass all the arguments. I probably don't need to do this. All right. Here, we're just gonna find. Yeah, right. If stir compare. Oops. So if we passed it window equals, this will be the tag I use. Maybe I should say instance. This is like the instance for the multi-launcher. So if that, what does this return 0 if they're equal to each other, right? Or I have a helper for this. String equal case insensitive. And then my build tool will just pass, during the multi-launcher phase, it'll just pass an extra argument that contains which window ID it is. And then I'll use this to position them in a predictable way. Yeah, I do work somewhere now. I have a full-time job. This is just for fun, the project here. Okay, so the build tool, when it does build, multi-launch count, command run. This didn't print anything concerning. Print line. But it did send it, because look, instance, oh, I'm sending it after every single one. Obviously, that's a problem. Should be down here. And this would be, yeah, what was I doing? That was dumb. This is annoying. Oh yeah, the chat overlay. Yeah, because I'm combining chats, right? I'm gonna get banned. It's the stupidest rule. Yeah, I have to change that. I learned about that rule recently. I have to technically split them up into 2 different sections. Otherwise, I can get banned from Twitch. How sad would that be? Okay, let's see. Yeah, you can you can have both chats on screen as long as they're in separate locations. So I can't interleave the chats. You know, like you can see on the stream right now, you have the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat are like combined. That's against terms of service apparently. And I didn't know this until recently. I saw someone else got like a warning for it. I've just been too lazy to fix it because I think it's I don't think it's really that big of a deal, but you know, I guess if they're mad, then you know they can come get me. What was I doing? Process launch. I guess I can just have do this. So like which instance number is this? Here, what am I doing? Maybe I should just do this instead. I can include this into one format block. Did we exhaust the size of our cope and seed? It is so much nicer as one. All right, here we go. So we have this instance tag getting printed here as one of our outputs. So then let me just add this to the Linux version as well. Oh, I just passed this directly through. Okay, I won't support this on Linux for now. This will be a Windows only convenience feature. We can delete this. Process launch. So when we multi-launch in the build tool, we take in this I as a parameter. And then we can use this guy again up here in the game. Runtime, main. I thought this would work, but it's not working. So let me see. Oh, I guess if string contains case insensitive. Well, I don't think that worked. 49, 48, 50. That's interesting. Here, let me print these out again, just for sanity's sake. And then let me print out what this... Oh, it's not printing this. Here I am, confused. I think it was working. Yeah, I don't pass a value, you're so right. I'm like, why wouldn't that work? This isn't that difficult. Yeah, there we go. 1, 0, 1, 2. So then from those, I can just have a little table. Or I can just switch on these. You know, I can just switch on them. Or no, I won't switch. Switching would be pretty dumb. We'll just have like a little table of like... Maybe we'll support up to... I'll go up to 3 for now. I don't know. So we have like... I don't know. What are some good positions? I'll go 0, 0 for the first window. And then I have a 1440 display, so this divided by 2 for the next one. And then, I don't know. We'll just go to the next monitor for the right screen. And the width is... window sizes, rather. Dimensions. Uh-oh. Did not like that. Did not like that. Which guy? Nathan? Yo, I have seen him. Yes, I have seen his videos. Yeah, he's working on a similar thing. He's doing like an FPS project too. I saw his stream pop up not too long ago, actually. What happened? Something happened. Did I segfault? Is that what happened? Did I read out of bounds? Yes, I did. No, I did not. What happened? Oh, it's failing to update the swap chain. What? Interesting. So it's the size. I can't resize this immediately because the swap chain is like freaking out. And the positions didn't update because of this, of course. Okay, well, it positioned them correctly. I guess I could delay this. So this feels really gross to have to do this, but I have to I have to delay this a frame because of the way my window initializes. This is really dumb, actually. Okay, we'll just have to do. We'll have to roll with this for now, though. So we'll just extract this guy from here, and then we'll have to move this into the update, and then like if window instance timer dot elapsed is running, and we'll just wait 1 millisecond. This is really dumb. This is when code gets hacky. Oh well. I should just build this in as a feature of the engine so I don't have to do this on a per project basis. Oh, now it didn't move them. What? Because of this? Now what's it mad about? So what's happening? What do you mean this isn't working? There we go. Now it's working. Now I have the auto. What happened? Okay, I really have to delay this, I guess. Sometimes the swap change is not ready. This is some flaky code here. All right. What do you mean? Oh, I'm hitting an assert. I've been hitting an assert on this the whole time. Interesting. All right, let's just ignore that. Who needs debug builds anyway? All right, I'm just kidding. We actually do need to see what that error was. So what's it mad about? So it doesn't like this. Where is this happening? Server handle receive UDP. Line 955 server.cpp. Okay, so let's see. 95, I mean. Oh, I guess on first connection it doesn't receive. It doesn't have this yet. So this is actually not an error case. Well, maybe it is an error case. So on connection, we just need to register a player state, basically. There we go. Error is gone. Yeah, I can explain the difference. Yeah, so basically a header file is well, there's different ways I can explain this, I guess. Essentially, well, I think the first thing you should understand is what the preprocessor is. So if you're not familiar with the C++ preprocessor, then header files are a little harder to understand, I think. At least like at fundamental level, what they are and what they do for you. So the preprocessor is essentially responsible for dealing with these pound includes, and like when you see pound define, and like, I don't know, throughout the code I have pound ifs here, right? So this is the preprocessor. These are called preprocessor directives. And the main one for header files is this pound include. But the way you should think about header files is that they aren't actually separate files in terms of like compiled code. You have to think of header files as basically code that gets inserted into the top of your source files. So like in C++, when you compile C++ code, you only ever compile the CPP files, right? The compiler actually doesn't see the header files as an individual file. So everywhere you see it include, like here at the top of this scene.cpp, when you see this, what actually happens before the compiler runs is these basically just get stitched in, right? So the preprocessor runs and it basically stitches these strings together, and it's like recursive. So like if it sees another one, it has to go in here and then copy this file back into the source code and replace this. So these includes are basically like a find and replace mechanism that runs before the compiler runs. And then once you understand that, header files are basically forward declarations of symbols. So that's another thing you should look up, is what a forward declaration is. So like in a header file, you see stuff like, and maybe just get rid of the extern here because this isn't actually necessary. I just write that as a stylistic choice. But you have header files that just have functions that don't actually have function bodies typically. But this is a forward declaration because like if I actually go into the source file that implements this function, you can see here's its body. But you can imagine I would have like this up above, right? So the power though of header files is that when you have projects that have multiple header files, or when you have a C++ project that consists of multiple source files, like my project, I have many CPP files. The header files provide like a mechanism for basically telling the compiler where these symbols exist. Well, it actually tells the linker. It tells the compiler to ignore these symbols if they're not defined, and then the linker will be able to figure it out and link the different source files together into a single executable. So I think if you're not familiar, if you don't understand header files and source files, you should spend like a few hours just reading about the preprocessor and how that deals with header files and like how header files get stitched together into the source file. And then like just look up what the compiler does versus what the linker does. I don't know if that made sense. I did ramble a bit there, but but yeah. Anyway. It's actually convenient to have this multi-launcher thing. I need to add headshots. Let's get this guy in here. I need to add like a kill, like a scoreboard as well. I don't know why it's running so poorly. Oh, it's because I'm in a debug build. That's why. Yeah, I don't know any Rust, so unfortunately I can't help you with that. Yeah, position interpolation, you're right. I would need like position prediction and stuff. The which sound effect for headshots? The rust sound effect? Nice. Yeah, I know how to do interpolation between positions. Can I download this? Yeah, here we go. All right, let's get the headshot sound effect in here. We'll have to add headshots, so I'll need to edit my model to isolate the head. First I need to go to my downloads folder. Oh, not documents. You have rust the game. All right, so let's play this sound just for when I kill the guy. Let's see what this sounds like. Yeah, thanks. I try to have my code be understandable. That's nice. This is such a funny sound. I haven't tried Zig. All right, let's do the let's get the headshots going. So I need to open up this little model in Blender and isolate his head. So first off, let's open up projects, G1, assets, models, character. So here's my little character model. I'm not sure why he's on his side. That's kind of concerning. But let's just isolate his head. So we'll just grab these triangles, these faces. Let's turn the pass-through, see-through mode. Come on. You guys love my low polygon character model? C++ in Rust. All right, here's his head. I look like I deleted a triangle on accident, but that should be fine. So let's export this guy. And we also want the body. Okay, so let's just, I need to draw this just to make sure it works. character head.model. Let's make sure this compiles. Oops, game's running. They'll hire me. All right, so let's see. Let's render the player. Draw player. I just want to make sure that this character is rotated the correct way. So first thing we need to do is just see if the head works at all. Uh-oh. The head's sideways on the ground. See, Blender exports in like a weird... That's super funny. All right, let's export this correctly. Export. So why is it exporting that way? What's the default? Can I restore default on this? All right, let's try this again. The horror. Oops, what'd I do? What happened to his head? His head, the head has all the, oh no, I deleted the, no. Oh, I have to do this again. Uh-oh, that was dumb. Redo. Oh my gosh, are you serious? I messed up. Let's try this again. I tried to re-export the character with just his head. I overwrote. Okay, let's try this one more time. There we go. Now his head's floating in space. Somehow the donut has ended up over here. I'm not really sure what's happening with the donut. What is happening with the donut? Did I include the donut as part of the mesh on accident? I think I left the donut in the model. I forgot it was floating up here in the sky. Forgot about this. All right, third time is the charm. As funny as that was. All right, okay. Here we go. Software update. All right. Okay. So now in the hitbox, we need a concept of like a hit. Well, let me see. The player has a hit scan. Okay, so we'll have a class up here, which is like, or struct rather. So it'll be player raycast hit. So this we'll have a little enum up here. So let's have like torso. Well, the first one will be none. And then head shot. So this is where did we hit. So we'll have this on here. Type. And then we'll also store the network connection handle. So this is who we hit and then where we hit them, basically. And I suppose we could also store the float R3 hit position if we really care about that. So this will be our little packet that we return from this guy now. We'll null these out. So when we raycast against these guys, we will return. So this is if we hit the torso. Try torso. Try head. So if we hit the torso, we will return this guy, and he has the p.key, which is this is the network connection handle, I believe. Is that what I returned before? Yeah, okay, it was. And this is the headshot. So we just need wow, this is a lot of code just to load a model. Oh my gosh. I should wrap this in a helper function, maybe. So the head vertices end up there. Oops. I'm just splitting the character model to be a head and a torso, so it's easier to render. Yeah, I can do that. Yes. Sorry if I'm not reading chat. I'm locked in. I'm locked and loaded. Okay. Let's see. So this became character torso. Maybe I should call it body instead of torso. I'm going to do that. Anywhere I use torso, I'm going to call it body. Okay, there we go. We have that split up, and then we can just test this first. We'll test the head first, because that's like the higher priority collision. And if that is... Yeah, I just need the model, yep. So I should be able to split that up pretty easily. Because maybe I'd want to like split up each limb as well. Okay, so now we need to actually do something with this. So when we call this... So maybe we want to send... So now on this packet, we don't just send the target, the player that we hit. We also send where we hit them. So we have a network or so we send that, and we have to receive that. So the server receives that. This should actually be using this syntax. I realize that this isn't safe. Okay, so that will read the hit type. And then based on the hit type, we can just add more damage. So headshot will be like, for now, I just have hard-coded damage values everywhere. But for now, a headshot will be like almost all of your health. And then we'll add this through here. Okay. And then when we send the kill confirmation to the other player, we have to send the player hit type, just so we know what kind of hit it was. So we know if we should play the headshot sound or the regular kill sound. Yeah, sometimes I miss them. And then I find them later. Okay, so this is this packet. So we handle this. We grab this. And then based on the hit type, so like this is just hard coded for now. You see how much like stuff we have to write just to do a simple headshot sound effect? I'm gonna call this kill normal. Kill normal will be the new sound effect. And then lastly, in the weapon code, when we hit, we can choose if the hit dot type is equal to the headshot You can make a yellow hit marker, otherwise it'll just be a white one. And the game is running, so we have to fix that. Let's see. Does this work first try? That'd be sick. There we go. So we get a yellow hit marker if we hit their head. Nice. I need a sound effect for like a normal kill. Call of Strike. Yeah. Let's go for the no scope. Here, where's my mouse? The 360, here we go. Let's go for the 360. Yeah, it only plays the headshot sound if it dies from the headshot. Oh, I'm not very good at 360s, am I? Here, let's get my mouse sensitivity up. With my fully automatic my fully automatic sniper rifle. Let's go to a different map. Where's my mouse? Here, we have to get this guy in this map. Here we go. This is funny. My Call of Duty clone. I can make $1 million now. Release this on Steam. Do microtransactions. Yeah. No loading times. I'm spawn camping. Got a celebrity. I have a lot of maps actually. Here, I can go through them. I have this map. This is like the this is the map I was using for a while as the default. It's just basic. This is like your sniper rifle map, where you can have like the long lines of sight. And you can go up here in this building. The lighting's a bit broken in here though. But you have the height advantage on this side of the map. Yeah. I need to make the the recoil's a bit intense with some of these guns. Kind of like disorienting actually. It's like comes right out at your face. But yeah, you also have this part up here, so you got a bit of a height advantage too. In the secret camping spot back here. This is if you had the zombie mode, then the zombies will like come down this side. And then this is the map I've been in, so this is the snowy map. Ignore the floating donut. This is I don't even know what kind of map this is. It's like some industrial map. This map is interior only, so it looks kind of broken. The scale is off. I'm a little too short in this map. Some of these maps have broken scale. We got the little center area. The boxes. Alright. This is like your small map. I'm not sure what's going on with the textures here. Who knows? And then this is a crazy map. Yeah, no, there's just a lot of maps in here, actually. This is another small map. Yeah, it's actually the shadow mapping. It's because I'm not picking my cascade levels correctly. So when I turn the cascade debug mode on, these are like the shadow cascades. And the near cascade is like broken sometimes. So it doesn't know what to sample. Not yet. So I'm changing them independently. I'm gonna do that next though, because I want to get the server game state going. So I'll work on the game state now. Now that I can like kill people. So yeah, let's get the server game state going. That could be fun. This is so dumb. All right. Here, let's get the server map system going. The damage is basically non-existent. Good aim. All right, so we want like a module in here, probably just called game state. I don't know. Game state. .cpp. This will like keep the scoreboard and stuff. We'll have it in the game state thing. So we will just include game state. Namespace, game state. So what does the game state have? It would be fun to actually put this up online. Maybe one of these in a coming stream, maybe next week or the week after, it'll be playable enough where we could do some playtesting online. That could be pretty fun. Get like a little stream playtest going, and then people probably add an aimbot, and then and then it just ends horrifically. Okay, so extern, we'll have an init function. Yeah, sure. So I'm going to say server update. So we'll have a server version of the update function. Or I'll do update server. So this is like where the logic will actually happen. Oh my gosh. Update client. So this is where client logic will happen. Hey, I'm gonna get DDoS. Yep. Okay, and what else do we want? So we want like a function that's like, level go to, I don't know. This will just load the level file. So we'll include where'd my music go? I lost my music again. All right, what do we want? We want the level has the level ID. So it's all of these. Yeah, people ask me this sometimes. There is no reason that I have to do this. I could just not do it, and it's perfectly valid C++ code. I just do it because it's just a stylistic choice, I guess. It's like when you have variables in C++, you like have like a global variable. You'd have like extern int, some global variable, right? And when you do this, you need to declare extern for variables to get like the correct linkage. If you have it like defined in header in a source file, just so you don't get multiple definitions of this thing. So like extern is required here, otherwise the linker gets confused. But with functions, that's not true. But I just do it with functions anyway, just for like symmetry's sake. It's kind of like the only good explanation I have. This music's too loud for me. All right. Alright, let's see. Game state init really doesn't do anything. So basically, I'll just have some static state up here, like so yeah, I want to move this stuff to game state. Okay, let's see. I want a null value for these. Level type. Yeah, so when the game inits, we just go to a we load a level right away. Then we press up or down. Yeah, this is still the FPS game. I don't know what you mean by treat each C CPP as a translation unit. That's like quite literally what a C++ file is from the compiler's perspective. Every single CPP file gets compiled in isolation, right? And then the linker comes along and it links it all together. So a translation unit is simply a CPP file, you know? It's an invocation of the C++ compiler. You can include CPP, but you're not... Pound includes are a preprocessor, right? Like... the models are like half mine, half stolen from random places throughout the internet over the last like 10 years. All right, let's get this loaded in here. So we have the scene in its... I don't know if we should update... We'll update game state last. What do I already have a game state? Oh, I do have a game state. This should be like menu state. Well, that's fine, actually. Oh, my back. I need to start. Okay, so I need to work on my posture. One second is not that fast. What? Why didn't that work? VK page up is not working. Level current is equal to... What is happening? Alright, so that works. Is it not calling the correct function? Oh, I see what's happening. Yeah, like a little beat here and there. All right. So if this happened on the server, so if we change the level on the server, we need to tell everybody what the game state is. So we'll just send the game state packet. Let's have some static stuff up here. Music's kind of putting me to sleep, to be honest. Oh my gosh, what is happening? How do I focus so hard? I don't know. I just get locked in. I get locked in. All right. So the server or the client will receive this update packet. But first we need to send this to everybody. So we'll just send server, send game state to them. So we'll just send the game state to everybody. And then it'll be their responsibility to also set their local state. Got home from work. Do you not work a programming job? Or do you work the weekends? I'm surprised you're working on a Sunday. Unless you work a different job, then that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I don't have work today, so I've had energy. I've been going for a while though. I might kill the stream after I get some of this basic game state stuff going. I didn't realize I've been going for 7 hours. That's kind of a marathon stream, isn't it? Yeah, right? See, the thing is, I don't view this as work because I just enjoy it. So it doesn't feel that taxing to me mentally. And like, I'm just kind of, I'm vibe coding right now, right? Like, I don't care that much about this project in particular. So it's all good. So I sent this packet. I just need to receive this packet. I'm like vibe coding some multiplayer stuff. And I say vibe coding. because I'm going by vibes, right? So let's just copy this one. Okay. So this should load the level. I was vibe coding today a little bit. Who uses SD allocator? Yeah. Interesting debate happening in the chat. All right, so in theory, the players, if I have a host, connect. If I change the level, so here we go. We've got the scene going. On the right side here, I have my server. So if I change the level, oh damn, I broke it. Okay, 1 second. Let's restart the example here. So if I change, oh my god, I keep doing this. Damn it. I need to prevent the server from shooting. 1 second. The server should just be like a headless entity. Because I keep shooting and it gives me a seg fault. All right, here we go. Nice. We get both levels. Load immediately. Look at that. That's great. I can change the level. There we go. Yeah, if someone connects mid-game, that's a great question. So right now it doesn't handle that case. So let's make it handle that case. So we have a callback in the server on, so one of these callbacks is like on connection register, this one. So I guess if we don't succeed, then I guess we'll return here. Otherwise we'll print successful. Well, we'll still print the failure here. But this is like when a new connection joins. So when a connection joins, we'll just we'll include game state. I guess this should be a global function in game state. I'll put this towards the bottom then in that case. So these are like server related game state things. Yeah, so when the server joins, we'll just send the game state right away. Didn't like this game state. I think my header files are broken. What doesn't it like? Doesn't like that. Yeah, here we go. So we can demonstrate what happens if a player connects late. So let's go to a different, we're in this level now. So if we just go to the output directory of my application here. So we can just run it from an executable. We connect. Boom. Here we are. We're in. Nice. Now I'm just vibe coding this right now. I'm pre-AI vibe coding this FPS game. Here, let's get the other windows up. See, it makes you wonder. Jared coding. Makes you wonder why a game like GTA 6 takes like 10 years to make. If you can make a lot of progress fast, if you just actually like lock in, right? All right. So now we're in. I need to add spawn points. This isn't a very sustainable system, having like the guy just respawn in the sky. Let's change the map. Let's go to a different map. Here we go. Now we're in this map. Where'd everyone go? Here they are. Yeah, bots would be difficult. Because you need like pathfinding and like actual logic for them. I want grenades. You need grenades. I need nav mesh, yeah. Yeah, that would be fun actually. Probably not today. It'd be fun to make like a zombie mode. I know it's like cliche at this point, but just having like swarms of AI bots running at you. The donut. All right, so you gotta do a couple hits first, and then when you do your 360 no scope, let's get up here. You do your 360 no scope. Mom, get the camera. Yeah. FaZe Jared. Isn't FaZe dead now? I thought they like dissolved. Everyone quit. I saw that on Twitter a few weeks ago. All right, what else should we add? We need a scoreboard. So we'll just add this to the we'll add this to game state. We'll have a scoreboard. Yeah, I bet. I'm sure it's just so much more bureaucracy as well. Or should I, what should I do? Let's add scoreboard. Yeah, why not? Capture the flag. I need a flag model. All right. Well, I can keep going because I'm just vibe coding, like I said. Like I'm using like hash maps for stuff now. My scoreboard will literally just be a hash map. So we'll have a struct, which is like score. And you have the number of kills and the number of deaths. And we will just, I don't know, have a static hash map, which will be the network connection handle, because our key is always the player ID, basically, the connection ID, and then we'll have scores. No, this is vibe coding. Scoreboard. All right. So with the when we start the game, here we should have like a game begin or something. Ping stat. Yeah, I have pings. I have ping in here already as part of the connection. Yeah, let's add ping. Why not? Yeah, we can do that. Ping. Okay, so I'll just initialize the scoreboard up here. And then I'll free it at the end. Ping too. Okay, so we need a couple things. We need to be able to draw the scoreboard. So we'll be like draw. I'll do draw scoreboard. Yeah, why not? That'll work. So this will be our function to draw the scoreboard. So what I want to do, add loot boxes and skins, is I want to rank. So I want my scoreboard to also be ascending order or descending order, I guess, of the number of kills, because you want to be ranked based on how good you are, obviously. So we want to do that. So let's have like a list in here, because the list, I have a sorting function on this thing. So we have a list of scores. Make this static. And if scores dot is initialized, I'm just gonna lazy initialize this thing because why not? This is the definition of vibe code. Now I'm speed coding. All right. Is this Java? I used to be a Java programmer for a while. Maybe I should just have this thing be a list the entire time. I don't know. We might need like a scorecard is what I'll call this thing. A scorecard. So I have a bit of a nesting going on, but this is, you'll see what I'm doing in a second. So we have our score. And this thing, this thing can actually be a pointer. So this is, I'm just using this as a easy little data structure to sort these things. And then we'll see what, you'll see why I'm doing that in a second. Okay, so before we draw, we want to basically clear the scores because we're just going to resort this thing every time. So we're going to add to the list scores.add this scorecard, which will have the network handle and then I guess the address of the value. Maybe that's not safe to do that though. No, we won't do the address. We'll just have a copy. It doesn't matter. It's because I had something named game state already. So I got lazy and I didn't want to fix the name conflict. So I did a little lowercase. I'll fix it later. I'm aware of this. It should be game state capital S. Okay, so we like, and then we rank scores. So we'll have a scores.sort, and then this thing takes a custom comparison function, which I believe can just be a lambda that is like const scorecard left and let me make sure that's true. I think that's fine. Yeah, give it a left and a right. Okay. So I guess return whether the left dot score dot kills is greater than the right dot score dot kills, maybe. We are really vibe coding. Okay, so now this thing should be sorted, and then I just draw this. Draw scorecards. So I'm going to be somewhat efficient about this and actually draw the background images first. Or maybe I won't. I'll be lazy about this first. C++ lambda is so ugly. I'm gonna call this score. Okay, so we will draw a sprite. This guy. Need to include draw. Yeah, it's just a quick sorting algorithm. So I guess I wrote it, but I didn't invent it. All right, so now we just have to draw this thing. So I'm gonna draw this when I hold tab. So in the scene, when I draw, I guess I have it in draw debug right now, but. This shouldn't be in scene. This is dumb. I should put this in the main function, really. So I shouldn't see anything here. I didn't invent my own shading. I don't expect to see anything when I hit tab, but okay. I don't see anything. Great. Yeah, just one big file. All right. So, last thing here. So we need to actually populate the scoreboard. I agree with that. Like, they're interesting, but there's like, it's kind of like textbook knowledge. And that, like, it's very rare that you get new developments in a more efficient sorting algorithm. So I don't know. I just implemented quicksort and I'm done with it. Okay, so unfortunately I need to do some stuff with the server now. So when a player joins, we just need to register it with the scoreboard basically. So it'll be like game state, score update. Player score set. I'll just like set the score. I'll have a setter and then like an update. Or I'll have like scoreboard register player. That's what I'll call it. So this will just register a player in the scoreboard. Which is as simple as just adding it to the hash map. Okay, so I just wanted to keep these things in line with each other. And then we'll have like, I want to be this, I want to name this player register. And then scoreboard player update. I also have a version of this that takes in the number of kills, int, deaths, int, ping. So I just have some getters and setters, which is always fun. Okay, so I might want stuff like this. What happened? And the reason I'm doing this so verbosely is I'm just like, I want separation of concerns between these different systems. Because the scoreboard doesn't really care about game state at all. It's just like stores some numbers and it draws them on the screen. So that's why I have this like weird separation going on, where I have like a getter and a setter. Maybe that's not a good idea. Who knows? Doesn't really matter that much. Are you web dev? No, I'm not a web dev. All right, so do I have this all set? So I registered one. Maybe I have one that's like reset as well. Reset. And I also have a scoreboard clear, which will just clear the scoreboard. And a player release as well, because a player might disconnect, so we don't want them on the scoreboard anymore. Player release. Okay, so clear, register, release, reset, get the kills, get the deaths, get the ping, and then we can update. How'd it go? Yeah, we don't talk about that. That was a bad moment in the day. That was a bad, bad moment. All right. So when the server... I guess when a player joins the server, we register the player. When the player leaves, we'll just like release the player. And then when the player gets a kill, so the player dies, we'll add this to the scoreboard. So game state, scoreboard, player update, which is the handle. I think. Yeah, okay. This is kind of a nasty way to do this, but we're vibe coding. We're vibe coding big here. Like, this is kind of a really dumb way of doing this. But we just add 1 to the deaths that they currently have. And then we send the kill confirmation to whoever killed them. So add score to them. And then this should work on the server now, I think. So let's see what happens when I draw this. Well, I should see at least something. So if we host, connect. I see, yeah, here we go. So here's the scoreboard card. Obviously each player, I'm not incrementing the actual little cards. So let's increment the cards. Yeah, I'm still a freshman. No, I'm just kidding. Guess these are integers. Vibe Coder Weekly. All right, here's our scoreboard. Now, in theory, if this guy kills this guy a couple times, it didn't increment it. Damn. Uh-oh. Why not? I need to make the font bigger. This should be like +8, +8, and these can be like 24 maybe. Oh, a little too big now. Maybe +12, +12. This guy can be like 400 pixels away maybe, or maybe 360. I just learned through projects and stuff. Some of it was on the job, some of it was at university, some of it was just, most of it was through projects, to be honest. All right, here we go. That looks like a nice scoreboard to me. Now I just have to figure out why it's not working. So is it not getting the card, or is it not incrementing the score? Did I not implement this function? Oh, I didn't even implement this function. That would probably explain a lot. I don't support browser yet as a build target, so unfortunately no, the answer is it doesn't work in the browser. All right, here we go. 1 kill, 1 death. Here, let's just make the scoreboard always on for the server so I can demonstrate this. Where do I do this? So, oh, that didn't work. We got to. Okay, so the top left guy is the server. So let me just send him way up here. And then, as I play, as I get kills, see me rise to the top. Then, in theory, these should sort. So the guy with the most kills should be at the top of the scoreboard. So there we go. It switched places. Didn't really look like it did anything, but it did. I'm 58. What's the question? 10+ years? Who asked that? How long have I been programming? I've been programming for actually closer to 15 years. I started when I was a kid. I'm 27 now, so it's been a while. Been a hot minute. Yeah, so the server shouldn't actually have a gun. Right now I'm drawing this. Right now the server's like instantiating itself as like a game instance rather than being like a headless kind of terminal application. So that's why I have a gun as a server. It's cool because I can spectate around. And like if I go in front of this other player, you can't see me on either of these screens when it's the server. Because the idea is like I would just have a server list or something with some dedicated servers just running on a computer somewhere, shifting through the game modes. So satisfying. See, if we connect another player, hopefully we see it. Why not focus on Terraria? I was just getting a little burnt out with that game. So I started working on this just to ease my burnout slightly. Because I was kind of grinding that other game for like the last 4 months. And I just need to take a break, otherwise I'll get burned out. I guess by taking a break, that is kind of the definition of burnout. But it's fine. So here we go, we have their new player joined. My current burnout. I'm recovering. So I don't know if I can rate it. I'm probably at like a 2 or a 3 now. I'm feeling pretty motivated. Yeah, oh yeah, and then when I leave, they leave the scoreboard too, which is the right behavior. So that's good. Yeah, I guess if anyone has just joined and they don't know what I'm talking about with the Terraria clone. I have this Terraria clone game that I've been working on in a more serious capacity. I haven't worked on it too much the last couple of weeks though. But this is a more serious project I'm working on. So it's like a 2D game. And I show this on stream every so often. It has some cool water physics. And really not too much else, to be honest. But there's a lot technically going on to get this to work. And it was like pretty complicated figuring all of this stuff out. So it's like, I spent a lot of time getting the water simulation to work correctly. And yeah, I got a bit of burnout from doing that. If you can imagine why. I started streaming about 2 months ago, 3 months ago. Terraria. Oh, I also have oil. There's oil in here. There's another liquid type. And lava. So it has 3 liquid types right now. Oh, I can change the time so I can make it like nighttime. Like here's like evening time. Let me go somewhere more interesting. It's cool because the water has like water pressure and stuff too. So I can create like a little pipe and the water will shoot up here. It'll like self-equalize. Let me add some more water. There's a little pipe. Here, I can go up here and zoom in. So you can see the water was trying to equalize. So it's doing like a full pressure simulation. Yeah, the trees, the structures don't cross chunk boundaries yet, which is another thing I need to work on. I like to throw the little grenade thing. And the crazy part about this is this is networked as well, so it's not just single player. And this was arguably the hardest part about doing that. So I was just working on netcode in the other game, but this game is also networked. So I can create a host and then connect. So you can see it's a multiplayer game, and the water simulation actually syncs over the network. So if any of you guys know anything about how water simulations work, just in general, you'll know that that's a difficult problem to solve. So I burned myself out solving this, but it works now, which is really cool. Yeah. Looks like if we go down the bottom of this lake, punch a hole through here, we can drain the lake. TJ, Terry Davis. Yeah. It's not perfectly in sync. So like if you look at this, there is a bit of discrepancy here. Oh my gosh. Sorry guys, I have to delete that chat. All right, 1 second. Not funny, guys. Not funny. Yeah, rain, snow, other would be nice. Oh, I do have snow in here as well. I don't have it working yet at the moment though, because I turned it off. But look how big these lakes can be too. This is crazy, isn't it? You can just have a lake that's just like this big, and it just simulates so fast. Like I can come drain this lake down here. And I like fly over here, come drain this one. How does the water work? It's way more clean than Tokyo Spliff. Yeah, I don't know if that's true, but I write some dirty codes as well. I would argue my first-person shooter game is very dirty code. Yeah. How's it work? Yeah, I can explain that briefly. So essentially, so it runs on the GPU, the simulation. So it's a GPU simulation in shaders. Let me go into single player. Oops. Because I can demonstrate it better. It's constantly a little bit off, but it does have a mechanism to resync. But yeah, so yeah, basically it's a GPU simulation, and it actually works on a grid. So it's like a grid-based simulation. So although it looks like particles, it's actually little grid cells that basically emulate particles. And each particle has, or I guess each little grid cell has rules that it applies to like basically determine its next state. So it basically has rules that propagate out the pressure, the velocity, and the mass. And then, so I can look at what the render targets look like that actually contain the simulation. So here is one that contains the pressure. So like as I spawn water in here, you can see that based on the world chunk that the water, I guess, is simulating, Maybe I should take a step back. So the world is broken up into chunks, debug chunks. And each chunk basically can be assigned a region within the water simulation system. So as I fly around, you can see these chunks kind of shuffle around, right? So this is just me loading and unloading chunks and then assigning them to like a water simulation zone. And then as I like spawn water in here, you can see the water spawns in down here. Because we're like literally just viewing the data of this render target, which is what's simulating the water. And then, so it simulates the water, and then there's a pass that actually visualizes it. So simulation visualize states. Here's the render pass that visualizes, that helps. This is intermediate step 2. But this is like, I now combine all the chunks into like a continuous unit that represents the area around the camera. But this is just a buffer that contains like velocity information and some stuff that's useful for rendering. So like I interpolate the pressures and stuff to make it look smoother. And then I think there is a final render target in here, which is, actually I might just blit this straight to one of the frame buffers. Scene foreground maybe, maybe not. I would have to look in render doc, maybe it would be easier. But anyway, it has a few steps. So it has like a simulation step, and then it has like a render prepare step, which takes the simulation data, transforms it to basically a G buffer, but for the water visualization shader, excuse me. And then it does a final composite onto the scene. And then like the oil is mixed in here as well, and the lava. Yeah, and the way the networking works, so the networking is really complicated because the network's complicated because the simulation really loves to desynchronize. So if I go back to a multiplayer instance, let's see. Yeah, I need to do these variables to get the multiplayer working. Multiplayer is kind of new. So yeah, the water really wants to desynchronize for numerous reasons. And there's a few ways you can solve synchronization in multiplayer. So like the first way you would typically solve it is by simulating everything deterministically and like in lockstep with the server or like some global time step. That's not really practical for the water because there's just simply too much data to simulate in that way. Plus it's more annoying to work with like fixed point math in the shader. So I'm doing like floating point math in the shader. So it's inherently undeterministic because of that. So I've basically given up on trying to have the simulation itself run fully deterministically. But instead I care about preserving like the visual state between the clients. Because ultimately the server is the authority over the water state. So the server basically has the master copy of like the world's water simulation. So the server simulates water for everybody. And then the clients, so that they don't have visual lag in their water, they simulate it locally as well. And I have a mechanism that can basically roll back, or I guess force synchronize arbitrary chunks between the client and the server, depending on how much the client diverges in state from the server. So for most of the time, the clients are just simulating along. They're basically identical to the server, and the water doesn't need to like resynchronize because it's visually pretty much the exact same thing. But there are times when, especially if you have like low latency or I don't know, your connection drops while there's a bunch of water moving, then it desynchronizes. Yeah, okay, I can explain why it's not deterministic. So the main reason it's not deterministic is because the simulation doesn't run Well, it is deterministic in the sense that obviously the computer is deterministically running an algorithm that, given the identical input, will produce the identical output. It's not deterministic in the input that you give to the simulation. So for example, if I'm on a client and I break this hole here, and then I place a block to prevent the water from flowing, right? So like look at the left side of the screen here. I'll make this bigger. And I'll put a light down. Like I create a hole, the water's flowing fast, and then I cover it, right? On this client, I want to be able to see the block be placed immediately because that feels better from like a latency perspective. So I don't want to have to wait for the round trip between placing a block and then the server receiving the packet and then sending it back, like confirming that that was okay. So I immediately place the block on the client, and then if the server says that that's not okay, it will roll back. But the water simulation you see is basically reactive to the current state of the world. So it will see the block being placed immediately. So you have non-determinism that comes in just through the latency of when the world, like the simulation, sees a block being placed. Yes. So anyway, you get latency just in input, and that's one of the things that can cause latency, or I mean non-determinism. There's actually so many edge cases that you have to think about. So essentially, it's kind of impossible unless you're very precise about thinking through every single edge case. Like another example, there's even non-determinism in the floating point. Can you stop? I think I have a hater in here. 1 second. Someone is spamming the chat. They're mad. All right. Yeah, so the data, I can show that. So yeah, so if I go back to explaining while I have people spamming in chat, I can debug the chunk debug. Yeah, so basically, for the most part, I don't need to really send any. For the most part, I don't need to send any data over the network for the water simulation because it just will work kind of inherently with how the rest of the world sends its block data. But you can see this number in the middle that jumps around, like this 4.8 kilobytes, 10 point whatever over here. This is the amount of data that needs to get resent if the client desynchronizes significantly from the server. Because in that case, I just resend the entire chunk's worth of water state. And I compress the water data for the chunk. So that's why you see these numbers jumping around. Because this is like the size compressed of how much fluid, like how much the fluid data takes up per chunk. So it is a pretty big packet because like you can see like they get up to 12 kilobytes or higher. So it's a big packet. But it's not too bad because they don't have to synchronize too frequently, basically. So it's like and I can control how often they synchronize as to like not just stream through the I don't know, I don't want to like overwhelm a client with packets, right? So yeah, it is it is pretty big for the network, but it's not streaming constantly. It's only streaming on like an infrequent basis based on whether it needs to synchronize or not. So it actually works out fine in practice. So yeah, that's that game in a nutshell. Yep, exactly. That's the strategy I've tried. And it seems to work. It seems to work well enough to the point where I'm just gonna keep moving on and like work on other features. Because obviously I need some gameplay in this. Because there really isn't anything to do in this game other than run around and place some blocks. But I wanted to get the hardest stuff done first, and the water is one of the hardest parts. And I wanted it to like work very well with everything else. And run efficiently too. So like the game runs pretty efficiently. I mean, I'm getting about 1800 FPS here in like the default window size. It gets a little worse because of the frame buffer gets bigger. But I'm like at 800 frames right now doing this full water simulation. And the other thing is the clouds are also procedural. So I'm kind of I'm proud of the clouds as well. So the clouds are procedural too. That can change their densities and their shapes. Yeah, and the clouds are GPU as well for the most part. Oh, I don't know if you guys can hear, but the water is also simulating sound. So maybe if I turn the music off, like this is also a big part of the water simulation is the sound. So like if I just turn here, let's set this to like a bit louder so you guys can hear it. Oh my gosh, can this guy just stop? There's a guy spamming chat. I have a certified hater today, it looks like. But yeah, the water has sound simulation too, so that's a big part of this. It's like procedurally doing splash sounds and stuff. There's a guy spamming chat with the swear words. Yeah, I actually can't demonstrate going up to that spot with a different client. Because my netcode is still pretty... The netcode is the most recent thing I worked on in this. And I don't yet have support for joining sessions that were already transpiring before you join. So I need to do that still. So that's a project. So yeah, I need to do that next. Maybe in a future stream I'll be doing that. Yeah, I do need a mod, I think. Yeah, and there's pressure. So let me turn it back to daytime. Oops. So it does have water pressure, which is kind of cool. I can build like a little siphon thing. There's the water here. So the water should try to self-level, basically. In theory, it should self-level. Very satisfying, yeah. The sounds were fun. Yeah, I think someone said earlier about gameplay mechanics. I do have some gameplay ideas, but yeah, that stuff that you mentioned is definitely... I do have a wind simulation as well. 1 second, let me turn it on. I do have a wind simulation in this game. So I've already done that. I just have it turned off right now because it's not optimized yet. I think I have to go to simulation. Sorry, let me find it. Here we go. You actually don't need too hard of a PC for this game. So let me go debug wind. Or debug ambience. Okay, so yeah, here we go. It's kind of hard to see. Maybe I should make it nighttime. So I do have a wind simulation that runs. So I'm like spawning wind with the mouse. And it's also affected by the water. So these two are coupled together. Maybe I can turn particles on so you can actually see it. Let me see, 1 second. Particles. I have these snowflake particles that spawn in. I think I turned them off because this stuff was like getting really laggy. Yeah, here we go. 1 second. Let me turn the particles back on. We'll need to wait for the snow particles to spawn in. So bear with me. Let me find a scenic looking spot. The snow falls slowly from the ceiling. Which might be impossible to see on the live stream actually, now that I think about it. Maybe we have to make it like dusk or something. One second. I don't know if you guys can see, but there is snow falling here. The particles are very subtle. They just came in a band. I need to work on the snow. This is why I turned this stuff off, because it was like debug. But I can go into wind mode, and you can see I can push the snow around. With the wind. So the wind is purely client side. So I haven't really thought about what to do yet with all of that. Yeah, here we go. Here's snow. And I can make the wind push the snow around, which is pretty cool. If I light up the snow, here we go. This should be more visible. So the wind kind of causes little vortices in the snow. If I turn the debug mode on for this, you can see that. And the cool thing is that, like I said, it's coupled with the water simulation. So if I throw one of these little grenades into the water, we'll see it cause a little explosion effect. So that's pretty fun. The wind is still pretty inefficient though. That's why I have it turned off, like I said. So I'm actually doing this wind simulation on the CPU right now, which isn't great. Yeah, the snow isn't collecting yet. Yeah. Look how many snow particles I have, though. It's crazy. But the reason I wanted... let me see if I can find a video of this. The reason I added a wind simulation is because I was adding campfires. Yeah, here we go. Here's a video I took. So like I added the campfire. I actually took the campfire out, otherwise I just show it. But I wanted the campfire to like create an updraft that would move the particles around. So I was like, okay, I guess I just need a wind simulation now. So then that's what happened. I wish I could just show this live, but I took the campfire out because I've just been working on a bunch of things, and this is one of the things that got axed while I was refactoring. But yeah, I think I have another video. Yeah, solo dev. It's been a project, I'll tell you that. It's been a project. Oh yeah, here's a cool part of the video. So you can see, like, as I build the little ceiling, it causes the wind to have to move this way, which pushes the smoke particles off to the left, which is kind of a cool little thing. And then you can see the visualization of the wind pressure, the air pressure, push the particles. So I'm hoping I can get all this stuff like coupled and running efficiently in the actual game, because I think it'd look really cool. It's kind of a neat video. It's a long way from being for sale, unfortunately. So we'll see. Oh yeah, this was before I added the clouds as well. So the clouds aren't in this. Oh yeah, here's a good little demonstration of how the wind affects the water affects the wind, because it like pushes the snow when the water speed picks up, like it's creating a draft. That's kind of a cool feature. It's cool because it looks more complicated than it is, as well. But yeah, I appreciate all the kind words. It's been a lot of work. But yeah, I was streaming some of the development for this game, but I didn't really start streaming until recently. So a lot of this I just did off stream, and some of this I have to do off stream because I just need to concentrate. Like streaming's fun, but I do get distracted with the chat. So sometimes I need to really lock in the stuff, but there's a lot of this I can do as like live stream content. I started this, so I actually started this game on a live stream last year. On I think January 1st. Let me see. Here, I don't want to dox myself. 1 second. I have the first introductory to this on my live stream somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Here's the stream from last January. January 1st, 2025 is when I started this. Let's see what it looked like a year ago. Now input can get the world. I don't even have a game in here yet. Camera. I'm not running the game. Here we go. This is what it looked like a year ago. So I had some chunks, I guess, loading on day one, which is cool. All right, but yeah. The engine has been longer than that. I've actually had the engine for about 2.5 years now. And I have like some other projects I've made in the engine. Yeah, I did repurpose another project, I imagine. Plus, I was probably just stubbing out source files without actually doing anything. So I have this game. This is like in the repository. So I have the full engine source code in the GitHub link in the description as well. I don't know if you guys have seen that. But I wrote this little project as like a a repository demo, which is just like a little planet renderer thing. Very basic, actually. But it's cool because it has like a volumetric cloud shader. It doesn't look very good when you get up close. The effect breaks down, but I don't know where my mouse went. Oops. This is another little thing. I spent a couple weeks working on this as well. This is my Hello World demo project for the engine. Yeah. I was working on graphics stuff too at this time, so that's why I was inspired by this. Yeah, I did use the NASA textures. I just downloaded like the NASA world color texture in the cloud map. I have my own little Northern Lights map that's on here. So I added that as an additional. I just like drew this in Paint, actually, the texture that's sampled to do the Northern Lights. So yeah. What else do I have? I have some other random things. I have like a chess game in here. I don't know if this still compiles. This was like the first thing I made in the engine, was this chess game. Which doesn't actually simulate the game, it's just like moving the pawns around and stuff. But you have like the different rules for the different pieces. This is like a classic game to implement if you're making something. Chess. I'm actually horrible at chess. But I wrote a little chess simulator. Yeah, you need the en passant rule. I forget how that works. I don't think it works correctly in my little chess logic though. I think I messed up the logic for it. Let me turn the sound down before I start destroying everybody's ears. Is the music super loud? Sorry, I might have just like killed everybody's ears earlier. Should be a lot quieter than it was. I don't use CMAKE. I was using CMAKE for a bit, but I took CMAKE out of the engine. So yeah. What else do I have? I think that's kind of it. Oh, I have a little voxel game too. Clean. Yeah, here's my little voxel renderer. This thing looks pretty bad. But it was a proof of concept when I was doing Vertex buffers and stuff. Is it possible to make a GTA clone with C++? Yeah, it's definitely possible to make a GTA clone in C++. GTA is written in C++. So of course you can make a GTA clone in C++ if GTA itself is written in C++. I don't do culling between chunks. So I need to work on this. Yeah. It should just work everywhere too. Because I do support Mac and Linux natively. So in theory, so like here's Mac, I mean Linux. In theory, it should just work everywhere. I don't know. I don't have really people to test with, so. The characters were super realistic. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you do need the tool chains, of course. There is a Discord link. Maybe I don't have it on Twitch. It's in the YouTube description. It was actually a Discord server for the game. Maybe I'll just send the link to the chat. 1 second. All right, so here's this game on Linux. The FPS is horrible, it looks like. This is a really crappy PC too, though, by the way. So it's not running too hot on this game, on this PC. So this is Linux, native Linux, which is awesome. And I can also do Mac OS as well. Let me just make sure this is synced up. Oops. This is gonna fail. I messed up. Clean. All right, yeah, thanks for the link. Awesome. Oh yeah, it's taking forever to build. I like to demonstrate that at least the engine is cross-platform, because here we are on Mac. For some reason, I support Mac. Let me push up the changes. Apple Silicon. Yeah, it is. Well, no, actually, I do support Intel Apple as well. Because I support OpenGL for the renderer. I think Metal works on Intel Macs too. But I can build for Intel Macs as one of my configs. You just have to pass like a flag to the compiler, I think, to generate the Intel, I guess, assembly. Was it the x86 64 assembly rather than the ARM assembly? Yeah, here we go. I have an ARM 64 architecture and then the x64 for Intel. So yeah, that's an important thing. I want to make sure that the shooting game still works on Mac. What do I even add here today? Oh yeah, window. That commit message. Okay, yeah, I just don't care about commit messages. Oops, wrong game. Let's see. Sync this and jump up. We'll sync the workspace, the engine. Hopefully this just works. We'll see, I guess. Oh no, what happened? Oh, it's the new thing I added today, I think. Use of undeclared identifier. This is good. I actually have a bug in my Mac code. Backend. I'm working through a remote desktop tool, so this is kind of a pain. All right. What is it mad about? Set position. It doesn't know what this is. So I did need this after all. Okay, that's fine. Why no library? I don't know. It's just fun not to use a library. So I guess the test is, can I connect to myself locally? So if I like launch a server on my PC, I don't know if I have the LAN working yet, or I don't know if my router is set up to actually like accept this without the firewall being mad. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, let's see. Will this work? No, damn. It can't see through my firewall. Interesting. Why doesn't that work? What if I host from Mac? No, interesting. Do I need to port forward for myself? I thought it would work through LAN, but I guess not. No, it does connect to the local port. I don't know. Who knows? I'll have to figure that out. This is some crazy music. But yeah, maybe next week I'll work on the... Yeah, I think it should be fine. I don't know. Yeah, I think I do. I think I might need to use like the other IP address. Let me see. There's like a different IP I need to use, I think. Okay, so I need to go to the IP config. Yeah, so I was just looking up. I didn't remember what I had to do for this. So I need to connect to this IPv4 address, right? This one, technically. All right, let's just make that change here on Mac. Just make sure I do this everywhere. No, it didn't connect. What? Why not? That should have worked. Come on. I don't know. I'm on the same network, so I don't know what's going on. Let me try this again with that. What about Linux? Does Linux connect? Let me just grab this over on Linux. This actually isn't virtual machine. These are just literally, I have a MacBook to my left and I have a PC with Linux installed to my right. And this is a remote desktop tool that I'm using. So these are actual computers. So it shouldn't be anything weird like that. I'm not really sure though. What's happening? Let me try from Linux. What? Okay. No, I don't want to enter my password. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm sure there is a way you can get it programmatically. Now let me have the game running. Oh, wait. It's working, I think. Ah, I can't. The pass-through for my keyboard does not work very well through this remote desktop software onto my Linux PC. But I think I can see him now. He's over here. Yeah, here he is. Look at him. Except I can't see the other guys. I don't know what's going on there. Can I kill him? It's like I'm running an old version. I don't think my sync worked. My GitHub sync didn't work. Let me see. Oh my gosh. Stop. Why is GitHub not syncing? Sync! Here, let me close VS Code. All right, here we go. This integrated Git thing is so clunky. Like, that's not even the last update. Here we go. Now we've got it. Just took its sweet time. Okay, let us try this again. Yeah, I don't really trust it at all. Alright, let's try this one more time. The fact it didn't recompile any code is concerning. Did it not push? Is it just not? What is happening? Oh, I never pushed. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll do LAN IP, I guess. I'm like, why isn't it working? That's probably explaining why the other one wasn't working either. I'm like, why isn't it syncing? Go! But I never pushed. Alright. Cool. Now we wait for the 3-minute long compile. My shenanigans. All right. Here we go. Oh, we are so in. We're so in. Oh, nice. Sweet. Yeah, hopefully it works for you. Seems to work for me. And I have it so it only turns on if it detects that it's in the actual repository. I don't know why my keyboard input isn't working. Let's just drag this guy up here, the Linux PC. Can we see him? Nice. Alright, this is not working too great. Alright, well, I think that was a lot of good work today. I'm probably going to end the stream soon. It's been 8 hours. I've just been sitting here all day. I need to go eat. I need to go stand. Those are probably going to blood clot and die. No, I don't think so. But, pretty satisfied with this progress. I might stream again tomorrow evening. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. If not, certainly over the weekend again. It's usually when I have the time to actually stream. And we can see the scoreboard too. Look at this. Check out the scoreboard. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Look forward to the next stream. See you guys. Have a good one.